Hello everybody. Here we are, and the last time, like around half an hour ago, I was live. Then because of some reasons, I had to just simply stop that. Mainly because I wasn't logged in my AWS account, and right now I'm logged in. And because of this thing only, I had to stop then and there. And as I'm logged in right now. So let me get some of the things done too on the go, and then I will be just simply continuing from here. Can be a few things that we can actually do here, like how about uploading that on ECS as well. Once we have the images, so we can directly upload the images there too. That's right. Let's see, we'll even try to do that. Of course, if we want to do something, then there's gonna be a lot of things to do. Let's see how many things we can just get done right here. And what is the next thing? Going to the EC2 machine, and I must have a what instances, not instances, actually load balancer. So let's go to the load balancer, and let me delete these load balancers from here. Terminate and delete. So this is gonna be deleted apart from this particular thing. Let me search VPS over here. Once this is searched, let me go here, and I will have to remove some of the things, like VPG. This is the one that I have, and I'm gonna be just simply deleting this, delete, and it's gonna be deleted. Apart from this particular thing, subnets, nothing else. This was the only thing that needed to be deleted, if I'm not wrong. But let's see what's gonna be happening now. Okay, what is the next thing that we have to do? The next thing is that actually restarting a Kubernetes machine on AWS. So for that thing, I'm gonna be just simply doing one thing. Let me remove this, and apart from this particular thing, is there anything I'm missing? Yeah, definitely. Checking the status of the live. Let me reload the page. There are gonna be quite a lot of things. We'll be building demo front end, demo backend, just the demo one, just for checking the things and all, how it works, and nothing else. But once you have worked on the demo part, right, you can definitely work on the real part as well. That's not really a big problem. The main thing is that deploying it. Oh, what is that behind me? That is nothing but the mirror. Okay, never mind. I am audible. Okay, everything's clear right now. So what are we gonna be doing? We are gonna be focusing on almost all the parts, starting from clusters, pods, replica sets, deployment and all. And overall, the main goal is gonna be on this one. Like first of all, we will be focusing on the local tester. Like we will be checking the things locally whether they are working or not. So we will be creating the cluster locally. We will even expose everything to our local machine, and then we'll see how it works. And lastly, we will be creating a Kubernetes machine, and we'll be just simply virtual machine, of course, and we'll be just deploying everything over there. And for that thing, let me just start it right here. So I'm gonna be back here, this projects, and let's go to the learning, and let me create a K8s. This is the folder K8s. It stands for Kubernetes. What else? Okay, so here we are. And once here we are, let me just get the things done one by one. So ls, first of all, we have to start a new Kubernetes machine, so that next later when we actually start working on this, we don't have to wait for it to be started again. Okay, so ekctl, again how it starts and all, I've already talked about it earlier. ekctl is just a command line that is first of all, you have to, there are three things that you actually need to. First one is called AWS CTL, if I'm not wrong, AWS command line, and then there is something called kubectl, and then lastly EKSCTL. EKSCTL means Elastic Kubernetes Service Command Line. I mean, this is the full form if I'm not wrong. This is mainly used for when I start a Kubernetes machine on AWS. Know more about them, you will understand. EKS, even in my previous lives I've talked about it. So EKSCTL, and create cluster. I'm gonna be creating the cluster. And what is the right command for that? Again, I have mentioned everything in my notes so that I don't have to wonder here and there a lot. Ultimately, if I actually want to create that, so then a command create cluster file name, that's it. This is how I have to go ahead. Great. But the thing is that I don't really have the file here for creating that. So let me create a file, and especially for creating this stuff, let me name it KTS. I mean, not KTS. OPS, OPS. What is the full form of OPS? Full form of OPS as a folder in Kubernetes. Is there any specific name? In the Kubernetes, Ops generally stands for operations or DevOps. Okay, it is gonna be standing for DevOps. What else? Oops, DevOps. That makes sense. So whatever DevOps part is gonna be, that's gonna be in this particular session. Ultimately, all the kind of files and all, kind of ML files and all, I'm gonna be keeping inside this only. And as for right now, what is gonna be the file? The file that's gonna be EKS, right? So I'm gonna be creating EKS, not here inside this, of course. Let me delete this. So first of all, I want to create an EKS Kubernetes machine, of course. And if I actually want to create that, so what should I? There is some template like that I already have. So you have to just simply copy and I will explain exactly what it does. But ultimately, you need to have. Let me create a manifest.ml, manifest dot or cluster.ml. Doesn't matter what you want to create, but it's better to call it manifest.ml because I'm gonna be naming all the files like this. So let me even ask AI, would it be better? Is it good if I am, come on, keeping my EKS creation EML if I am naming my EKS creation file as manifest.ml? Short answer, not good idea. Literally, manifest is not ideal for EKS creation. In Kubernetes, the name manifest is usually used for pods, deployment, services, ingress, config maps, basically Kubernetes resources definitions. But EKS cluster is different. When you create an EKS cluster, EKSCTL, the file, a cluster file, not a Kubernetes manifest. Okay, it is a cluster file. In that case, the name should be what? Cluster.ml. Interesting. So EKS cluster, EKS config. So let me go with the cluster.ml. What else? EKS cluster. Let's name it EKS cluster now, right now. So instead of naming it manifests, that's gonna be EKS cluster. That would be even better. And once we have this, let me copy and paste the code. I will explain each and everything exactly what it does. So don't worry about that. But first of all, we are gonna be creating Kubernetes on AWS. Let me show you exactly what all has been mentioned over here. So first of all, I'm just simply saying that this is the version of that. The version is fixed. So keep that particular thing in mind. What we want to create, we want to create cluster. This is what is this? This is the cluster config. That simply means it will be used for creating the cluster. What do we want to create? We want to create EKS cluster. That's okay. What is the region on AWS? Whatever your region is, enter that here. Version. This is gonna be the version of that. Okay. By the way, let me get rid of this. These two things are extra over here. Not even two things. These three things are extra over here. You can completely remove them. I have them here. Auto mode config enabled by default false. In future, it is enabled by enabled false by default right now. In future, it will be enabled true. So you will not have as many functionalities as you have right now, and that is why, because at that time you will have to configure more things. So I have just enabled auto mode false. So that the future changes are gonna have no reflect at all. Again, if you know more about it, you can know more about it. Even if you remove all these things, it will not make any difference. I am with OIDC. Again, I was getting this an error that OIDC should be turned on to be true. So I just added it here. And add-ons in the sense VPCNI, it was asking me that VPCNI, if you want VPCNI to be added as an add-on, so just simply add this configuration in the ML file. So I was asked to add this, so I took the help of AI and I just simply added all these three things. Again, if you want to keep them, that's great. If you want to remove them, that doesn't really matter. But as AI suggested that, okay, it's good to have them here, so I'm just simply having it. Then manage node groups. This is where the interesting thing starts. Name is gonna be my nodes. So ultimately, there's gonna be a group of all the nodes, and that's gonna be my nodes. The instance type that will be used, instance type in the sense EC2 machine that will be used. That's gonna be T3 small, and desired capacity is gonna be 2. I only want 2 instances. Max size can be 1, min 1, max size 3. Min 1 in the sense minimum there should be 1 EC2 machine, maximum there should be 3 EC2 machines. Even to be keeping it simple, minimum there should be one node, maximum there can be 3 nodes, just like this. So this is already done. And what is the next thing? Once I've already done this much, then I'm gonna say only one thing. Sorry, not this one. ls. So cluster, not cluster, EKSCTL, and create cluster. I'm gonna be creating the cluster. What is the file name? The file name is gonna be, I have to go to oops slash, not oops slash, I have to go to EKS cluster. Literally, can't I get the suggestion here? This is insane. .ml. This should be working anyway. Okay, reading problem. I'm already inside KTS. I have to go to oops and then EKS. Literally, let me go to the oops, cd oops. And now from here I will run the same command. So EKSCTL create cluster, the file name is this, simple enter. And come on, literally. Let me remove this. And right now, the file should be start getting created. Ultimately, the Kubernetes machine should be start getting created. Again, you can just simply go through all these logs, and ultimately what is happening, deploying stack, EKSCTL, EKS cluster, whatever. Ultimately, the Kubernetes machine is being created on the AWS side. I will even show you by the time it is actually ready. So coming back to this one, AWS, not AWS, here only. So right now I don't have any EC2 machine. This is actually getting created, so it is in the creating state. So as soon as we ran the command, things started working on the AWS side, and right now machine is getting created. After some time, this machine will be created, and then we'll see exactly what all we can do inside this. So this much we've done. What is the next goal? Let's simply collapse this for now, and it's time to create two things here. First of all, I'm gonna be creating a backend part. So let's create a backend, and the second thing is the front end as well if possible, because we are gonna be deploying both of them, right? Yeah, it's better to do that. Okay, let's talk about the backend. I'm gonna be using bun over there in the backend. So again, let it work. Let it just keep processing the things in the background. And here I'm gonna be working with the real stuff. Okay, cd ls. I have to go to the backend section, and bun. I'm using bun here. Again, you can go with the normal LPM as well. Bun is faster, and the thing is that you don't have to compile the things over there. That is why I'm just gonna be using this. So bun init and buy for all. Let's see what it's gonna be giving me. So ultimately, it gives me overall file here. Ultimately, all the basics files that I need. And then inside index.ts, this is the one that I have few years that I'm getting here. Let me fix them. First of all, this is simply saying that inside a lib compiler include a DOM. So let's go to tsconfig. Inside a lib here, I have to use DOM. So this is added. And apart from this particular thing, as soon as I start using bun over here, it will give me another error. I know it because I used it earlier. And the error is that cannot find a bun. Import bun. I mean, there was something like this. Okay, let me tell you exactly. Okay, if we face that error, we will fix it then and there. But there was something called bun dot come on, dot env dot node env, if I'm not wrong. So this is how we usually get the env files, and for that thing we need to import a bun from somewhere. So let's know it on the go quickly. Bun environment variables. It's better to just simply if you are forgetting something, know it there and there, and then simply continue. So what I meant here, not this one. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for. So in that case, is it secrets? Let me click on this. Hopefully this is gonna be the one. And you need to get secrets, bun.secrets. Interesting. From bun you are getting the secrets, right? Apart from this particular thing, anything else that I can get? Bun.secrets. So ultimately I can directly get the bun, right? And if I just try to import bun, so import bun from bun just like this. So am I getting some kind of error or not? CLG. First of all, I should be able to use CLG, yeah. And then bun dot environment dot node.env. Is there any error? Impressive. There's no error as such. I thought I would get. Okay, never mind. Let me install a few things. So bun add express. I think there's only one thing that I need. Bun add express. Environment variables are directly available here if I'm not wrong. Okay, once I have it here. So even I need the type. So bun add @type / express. Pretty simple express application we will be creating. And the another thing is that we will be using PG over here. So PostgreSQL. Let's see how it can be used. We are gonna be using it for Linux. Am I downloading it here? Yeah. How to use PostgreSQL. Documentation part 1, Postgres tutorial, that would be better. And nope. How to use PG Postgres with the world most blah 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 npm install how to make connection. Hopefully I just thought of getting something from the documentation, but it doesn't seem to be like that. Yeah, how to, what should I search? Make connections using PG Postgres. Let's see. Documentation, connections and authentication, will it be fine? Documentations are really bulky. Connections, control flow functions. Who will read this much to just understand a simple basic thing? We can make a Google search directly, like even a call to the ChatGPT. PostgreSQL connection string. What is this gonna be giving me? Localhost this. Connecting to PostgreSQL database server. NeonDB. Okay, not this one actually. Literally, am I not gonna be finding anything? Let's simply search. Let me search it. PG npm. That's enough. PG npm package. I know that this is the package that is used for making the connections and all. If I keep looking for the things, it will take more and more time. So in that case, there must be documentation. Here it is. And once I'm inside the documentation, node Postgres, so I have to just simply install it. And once installed, there is something called pooling. And I think in bun we do need pooling, right? We can even directly connect to this like this. So await client and connector. Inside the client, we have to just simply give it the URL. That would be enough. But there is something called connection pooling, and when working with the bun, do we need that? Why? Let's see. Good news, node Postgres ships with the built-in connections pooling via PG pool module. The client PG, the client allows you to have a reusable pool of clients. You can check out, use the return, and you generally want a limited number of these in your applications, just one creating and blah blah blah. So you can just definitely have a PG pool connection, and once you have a PG pool connection, you can just simply go ahead with the things. And once you got the client, and then you can just simply go ahead with this. So first of all, you have to have a PG pool connection, and then pool.query. So pool.connect. First of all, you have to connect it, and then client.query, and then you can just simply go ahead with the things. Question: when should I use pg pool? I think I should ask ChatGPT directly, but okay, let's see. Use pg pool in a node Postgres for almost all web applications or backend services or any scenario with a concurrent databases request to the boost performance and improve stability. It manages the pool of water, usable connections, avoiding the overhead of creating. Ultimately, it can be used anywhere. When to use pg pool? Concurrent applications, web services, express, fastify, handling multiple incoming requests simultaneously, high performance when needs. Okay, general this. When not to use pg pool? Transactions, long-lived session, streaming this. Okay, do not call pg pool, and always handle this error. Always handle errors to avoid crashing your app. Use pg pool connected to check out the client specifically for transactions. Use release it to back to the pool. Okay, got it. Ultimately, yeah, we can use it anywhere if we need. Ultimately, to make the applications better. What else? And lastly, we can call it a client release if it is needed. So first of all, we have to call it at the end, right? If something gets disconnected, otherwise it is not even needed. Okay, that's fine. So let's continue from here on. So first of all, import express from express. Pretty simple. I mean, I will not be organizing the things a lot here. It's gonna be pretty simple and straightforward stuff. And the another thing is that would be better if I design it just a little bit. Source, and if I keep it index dot inside that, and so that I can even create a dist file, so that can be used for the dist file is not even needed here. Do I actually need a dist file? Not really. Turns out I'm using yes, I'm actually using one can directly run TypeScript files, so we don't even need to have a dist file. Okay, that's kind of a good thing. Const app is gonna be equals to express, and then the port number. Const port is gonna be what? process.env. App port. My ear hurts. Okay, otherwise the 3000 port by default. So ultimately backend will be running on this particular port, and the front end and backend, they are gonna be on different ports. That simply means I will have to install course. So bun add course, it will be just simply allowing everything. So app.use course, I think I need the types of course as well. So bun add @types / course. So this is how it's gonna be done. Hopefully this time I will be getting some suggestions, and that's not like that. Import course from course. Okay, apart from this particular thing, I'm gonna be having the origins for all right now. Later there can be some more things that can be added, like allowed headers. What kind of headers do you want to allow? Content type. Having said that, this is gonna be really a mini one, so these things are not even needed, but okay, let's just simply have them. Authorization, whatever comes in my mind, whatever I remembered, nothing else. Credentials, they're gonna be true, that's fine. And expose headers, max methods. Methods. Methods are gonna be get, post, and put. Again, the main focus is not gonna be on the backend part, so I'm gonna be getting it done really quick. Patch, delete. I mean, for now I'm gonna be having only this one. Delete. And sometimes I heard about these options as well, like this should also be here. I've never used this, but don't know what is the use of it, but I saw this being used, so let me just simply add it here. And there can be many more things, but okay, for now this is enough. Okay, there can be max age as well, but max age, but what is the use of this max age? I don't know. 60. I mean, first of all, I need to know exactly use of max age in. I knew it, but I forgot it honestly. Okay, so let's know it again. What else? I think I'm facing the network issues really badly actually. Why is that so? Interesting. Can't really do anything as I'm facing it, so let it be. What else? So access control max edge HTTP in course specifies how long in seconds browser should cache the result of a pre-flight options request. By caching this response, the browser avoids sending repetitive options requests, significantly reducing the latency. Okay, that's great. How much should it be usually? Okay. Access control 86 for this caches pre-flight leisure for 24 hours. Okay, 86 400. Let's simply have it this much. 86 400. What else? What is max edge in cache? Cache max edge are passed around as individual integers because a given cached item can only logically have max edge. 60 means cacheable for 60 seconds, 100 means cacheable for 100 seconds, and this way just simply keeps going on. So how long should I cache it? Just one more question. What is the recommended caching time? Let's see. And hopefully I'm not gonna be facing this network issue. The remaining things are alright. 24 hours recommended timing. Okay. Alrighty then, I'm gonna be keeping it as 24 hours. 24 hours for now. Later I'll see exactly what it does and all. So because the main focus is not on this thing, the main focus is on deploying it and all. So this thing is done. What is the next thing? The next thing is actually creating the connection pool. And when it comes to creating that, we'll even have to connect. And when it comes to connecting, so we can't really use that, so we'll definitely have to make a client. The first thing is that creating it separately. The second thing is that creating it right here. And let me do it right here for now at least. Later on we can just simply make the things better. So bun add pg, this is how it's gonna be installed. I think I need the types as well, so bun add @type/pg. Once this is done, what is the next thing? Once this is actually done, coming back to the documentation of Postgres, what else? So first of all we need to have this, and after that we can just simply call it. So const pg. How about keeping it here? Const pg is gonna be equals to pg like this. Hopefully this is gonna be right, and turns out not really. You need to get pg, and from pg you need to get the pool. So let me directly get the pool, would be better. Pool from pg, and then I have to just simply configure it, right? And configuring in the sense, what I need to provide here, just the connection, pod pool app course connection string, connection parameters. Is there any connection string option here? Nope, there is no option as such. How to configure this now? pg.pool configure connection milliseconds, this max edge minimum allowed, max edge this on connector. Alrighty, so turns out we can specify the things like this. That's kind of a good thing as well. Is there any string type something? Well, nothing. We can definitely add the string as well. We will try to do it later on, but for now I'm gonna be going with this one. So let's simply copy it. What else? Copied, come back here and paste it here. Now the question is, what is the problem here? Value of type of pool is not callable. Did you mean to include a new? Oh, definitely yes, I mean to include a pool as well here. I mean new as well. Okay, and when it comes to the local host, so are we gonna be using locally here? But I don't have Postgres installed, but I can definitely run it inside my Docker. Why not? So Docker process status, I don't even have the image. Interesting, you don't even have that. And how about sudo docker images, of course password. These are the images that I have inside Docker engine. There are two things I have, like Docker desktop and Docker manager, and I have my MongoDB running here, but I don't have Postgres. So Docker images, I'm gonna be running Postgres over here. Wow, even here I have many images, lovely. So Docker run, port is gonna be usually 5432 if I'm not wrong. Yeah, 5432. So 5432, and environment variable. I hope I'm not making any mistakes here, because it's been quite a long time even writing this command. Okay, so Docker run post on this particular port. I want to run it on 5432 on my local device. Like it will be running inside the container, but on 5432 it will be exposed. And then environment variable is gonna be passport password. I will recheck it, don't worry. Passport password, and that's gonna be Postgres. So why passport password? Postgres password. Am I crazy? Postgres password. Hopefully this is right, but again we'll not make any mistake. I'll correct it soon. So event, this is done. And apart from this particular thing, I need to add some volumes as well. How can I add the volume? I forgot it actually. It is let's not worry about the volume. I can go ahead directly without the volume, but I forgotten the proper path of adding the volume. I'll check it from my notes. That's not really a big problem. Apart from this particular thing, the name is gonna be Postgres. And apart from this particular thing, what else do I need to worry about? So I have the Postgres over here. Detached mode should be running on, and Postgres latest. So this is how I'm gonna be going ahead, and that is it. Let me check it in my notes. And in my notes, somebody is just simply calling and nobody is replying. Even that person doesn't get. Okay, never mind. So the next thing is that over here, going to Docker and checking how it's used. Just a minute. Finally, I made them understand. They were actually making a lot of noise. Okay, by the way, this network issue is quite a big one, isn't it? Not really. Things are fine. So why isn't it being loaded? Come on here. How long will it take? So what was I thinking of? I was just thinking of adding the volume, right? So how to run Postgres in Docker? As simple as that. So just a Google search is gonna be enough. Even I've got this thing here. That's great. So this is the search that I made. How to use Postgres Docker official image. I mean, you can get the examples many places, so that's not really a big problem. The main command is gonna be, oh yeah, one thing I remember, that you can use one thing that is called what ml file. You can create an ml file and docker compose file, and you can just simply use that for starting purposes and all. For now we'll just simply take the reference of this and we will create the things on our own. So restart always environment, postgres password, that's fine. Volume is gonna be this pg data on my local device, and then /var/lib postgresql/data. I don't think this is right anymore, but let's see, because there are few things wrong here, few things have recently changed. So let me go search docker here, and once that is done, so I think this is where that I have to go, and I have few commands over here, and one of the commands is gonna be this, and postgres db volume, the volume can be anything, that's okay, and /var/, okay, this time we have to add only this much. Earlier what was even mentioned here, come on, literally sorry, suffering from sneeze, what else? So they are just simply mentioning that you can add where live postgres data, but data is not being used anymore, so just keep that particular thing in mind, that you'd better just simply write this much only. Coming back to this one, I'm gonna be just simply copying and pasting the stuff. So this one, this is the overall command, and I just missed one thing, and that is this particular part, and that is where live postgresql, and remaining things we just added, we didn't even add this. This is not even required. If you want to skip this, you can completely skip this. PostgreSQL will automatically add not this much, these two things, username postgres and database name exclidra. If you want to add the data name on your own, you can add that. Otherwise data name gets added when, if you don't add the data name right now, it will automatically create the data name. What will happen in that case? Let me not add this and see what happens. Let me copy the whole thing first of all. Control Shift C. Oh, come on. I'm not gonna be adding the data. Data adding in the sense the data name will be created. Let me remove it all. Control Shift V, and 5432 port number is enough, and even this is the one. Postgres DB, if I add the DB here, so there's top level database, inside that this one gets created, right? If I don't add this, then what will happen? Do I have pgAdmin here? pgAdmin, I'll have to install it now. This is the time. What I hope I have good network connectivity, fast.com. I can install it even right now, and turns out nope, I don't have. So even if I try to install it, will take a lot of time. So this thing I will be getting done tomorrow. So I will have postgres excli.db. So let me just change it to, it is db Kubernetes db, that's simple. And apart from this particular thing, user is gonna be postgres, that's right. Or I can even do one thing, let's see exactly, but how will I be checking the data and all? That's gonna be problematic, checking the data. I have to install pgAdmin if I want to check the data locally. pgAdmin, hopefully it won't take a lot of time. Download, bro. Hopefully pgAdmin, I want to install it for Linux. Is there any way for that? RPM, yeah, apt macOS RPM, pgAdmin for Linux, Ubuntu, pgAdmin apt4, and then Debian. How am I supposed to be installing? Turns out these are the commands, and then alternative ways are also here. Okay, I think if I run this whole command to use this repository, run the following command. Setup, everything actually starts from here. So install the public repository, create a repository configuration, install pgAdmin, that's great. Okay, let's write one by one, why not? This way we will even learn. So I make a mistake a lot of times, because usually I say control, I click control shift we copy, I mean C to just simply copy the things, and now I'm in the habit of clicking that. I will even explain exactly what they do. So first of all, we have this. What it does is just simply what what I will explain. Everything is already explained. Install the public key for the repository if not done previously. So using this, you will be just simply curl. You are making a request from here, and once you got that, sudo this gpg, and this way you are just simply installing the public key. Create the repository configuration. So first of all, let me run this. So of course, I have to enter the password. Once this is done, then I'm gonna be running this particular such a big one. Control Shift V. This is gonna be run for what? Create a repository configuration file. So ultimately a file will be created. That's fine. Let's do that. And then install pgAdmin. So sudo apt install pgAdmin 4. So I'm literally in the habit of using this. Control C. And any errors, because if there are errors, we'll have to resolve them. Done. Then pgAdmin 4 is going to be installed right now. Yes, of course. Once this is done, then sudo apt install pgAdmin web. Install for web mode only. Web mode only. Install for desktop mode only. Install for both desktop and web modes. We've installed it for both. Never mind. And then configure the web server if you install pgAdmin web. So sudo this setup. I mean, it's gonna be open on web as well, and we have installed both, so I'm gonna be configuring this for both. And I think while it's getting installed, oh, I'm not facing the network issue. Such a good thing. Never expected this thing. The thing is that I could have resolved this network problem as well, but as my mobile is on the terrace, can't really do anything. Let it be installed, and then we are gonna be getting the things done. That's one more step. And note that the pgAdmin development team do not test on support Linux and blah blah blah. Let's not worry about this. Okay, so this much is done. Even at the end of the day, what will happen? That this thing is clear. Even at the end, we are gonna be running this Docker and password, etc. and all. We will be even specifying this, and that is it. Let's see. Because at the end of the day, we will be running all these things inside the pods, Docker container and all. We'll see how it goes. By the way, let the things be installed. And I haven't run this thing yet. Why haven't I run this? Because there is no pgAdmin. This pgAdmin is already getting installed. And as for this one, let's simply run this. Why not? And then let's see what's gonna be happening. Docker run the name PostgreSQL, right? So ultimately pgAdmin Postgres image will be installed, pulled, and then everything will start working on its own. Having said that, as I'm working on so many things, there's high chance that I will face the network issue. But okay, if I'm not gonna be facing, that's really gonna be a great thing. Okay, what is the next thing that I have to do? Once this much is done, once I've got my PG, after that I have to just simply connect to PG if I'm not wrong. Coming back to this one, let's make it really quick here. It's taking a lot of time. Coming back to why do I have these many things here? Here it is. So what is the next thing? Polling. Once this is done, then I have to just simply connect pool.on here if there are any errors. So let's simply have this, but why not? I mean, the more the better. I don't really care. I don't have pool as well. The pool is already just here. It's okay, that's not really a big problem. And apart from this particular thing, here we are, literally. And then I have to just simply call this. Once it is called, then the job is done. So let's simply call it here pool pg. This should actually be pool here. Pool just like this. And once this is a pool, so in that case I can even copy this. If there are any errors, let me just simply paste it here. Unexpected error, idle, whatever. I'm not gonna, it just simply catches the error, as simple as that. Okay, few things that need to be specified here. Host is gonna be what? Host is gonna be localhost for right now. Later it's gonna be something different. Yeah, let's have localhost right now. User is gonna be, what was the name of the user? Postgres user, forgot the command. What was the name of the user? User was Postgres. Postgres max this, forget about all these things, everything else is fine. So host is here, user is here, and how about the password? Do we even need to provide the password? Yeah, definitely, why not? So Postgres 1234, and port is gonna be 5432. Why aren't these things mentioned here by default? Some extra things have been mentioned here, max, what, all these things, but the important stuff is not here. So I have host, user, and port. String is not. Yeah, got it. It should be 5432. Fine. So host is here, user is here. User is even not that much important. Password is here, port is here, and overall things are fine. Lastly, I will have the string here later. Let me even add it to my workspace so that I don't get the issues. And once I have the client, then I can just simply connect to the client. And what else? App.get /user will be just simply used for getting the user request. A request will be coming from the express, and then response will also be coming from the express. Again, no authentication, nothing at all. It will just simply mainly be used for testing purpose, and you should have a proper backend. Why not? That's it. Const, first of all, I'm gonna be getting the user, so const users are gonna be equals to, I have to just simply save the user. So I already have the clients, right? So await, for using await, I have to make it async. Again, I have the client, and once I have the client, so client.query, and then write your SQL command, PostgreSQL command, and you will be done. By the way, select everything from users where ID is gonna be equals to $1, and this is gonna be the ID. Interesting. Oh, great. So what will I be doing here? Client.query, and select everything from where, bro? From users. I don't even have a users table. That simply means I will have to create a user table. Interesting. I'll have to create user table. I have to write the SQL command for that as well. Thank God I installed this pgAdmin. It would help me quite a lot. And no where all, from users I'm gonna be just simply selecting all the users, and this way I will be just simply returning it. And once I got the users, so I think user is gonna be response.rows at 0th index. So let me make it response, and once I got the response, const user is gonna be equals to response.rows at the 0th index. What is the problem here? The problem is that response. Are you happy right now? Yeah, seems to be quite happy now, no problem. And return again response.status, that's gonna be 200.json message user fetched successfully. Just like this I'm gonna be going on. Apart from this particular thing, user is gonna be equals to user, not really user, rather users are gonna be equals to users. It should be fine. Okay, what is the next thing? The next thing is that, of course, adding the user. So app.get, not really, app.post, and slash users. Having said that, the beta name is always users. So async request a response, and this is how I'm gonna be going ahead. Const, the next thing is that I am gonna be saving some data here. Saving some data in the sense I need to get what? I just need to get the name. I don't really want a lot of things. Const username is gonna be equals to request.body. Again, from the request.body, I'm just simply gonna be getting my username. Once I have the username, probably email. I don't even need that. This is just for the testing purpose. Okay, once I got the username, if not username, throw If I'm throwing the error over here, I will have to catch the error. So again, catching stuff will be needed. So let's simply do one thing. What if not username? I'm just simply gonna be logging the value. So console, because if I throw the error, I will have to make a error handler at the end. That will even take time. Username is required, and just simply return from here, nothing else. Apart from this particular thing, what is the next thing? Once this much is done, and then const I need the client. Okay, I already have the client. Interesting. So once I have the client, so I have to just simply save the information. So const response is gonna be equals to await client query. I have to save the values. So insert. How do we save the values? How to insert values in PostgreSQL. The thing is that I don't really remember, and I don't even like remembering this stuff. Once I know, with the search I can get it. Insert into cars. So insert into users, and that's gonna be nothing but a username inside that. So username, and this is the table, and the values inside the table, right? So the values inside the table. The thing is that once you know how it works and all, and later you can just simply make a Google search and you will know that. Okay, so the values are gonna be this, and I'm gonna be using $1 if I'm not wrong. That was the same way that was used here. So coming back to this one, and $1 was used here, right? And I'm gonna be using $1 here as well, $1, and as I'm using $1 here, I have to specify the value here. So that's gonna be username. As simple as that. This should be fine if I'm not wrong. Coming back to this one, I have to just specify the values here by commas, as I have just the username. So username is fine. $name. So this $1 will be replaced with this username if I'm not wrong. And const I'll have to check the response value and all. But at the end of the day, what? I'll have to check the response anyway. That's insane. Const the response. What am I supposed to be getting in the response? Can I get it? Check it quickly. I have to log the value. So probably user is gonna be equals to response dot rows dot 0 nclg user, and probably response dot json status 201 dot json message user created successfully, and what is the next thing? User is gonna be equals to user, as simple as that. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so this much we've done. Apart from this particular thing, we even have to create the table. Thankfully I already have this here. Never expected this thing, but again I'm gonna be copying and pasting this thing. There is a function here. This function is mainly used for creating the table, and I do need to create the table. Either I create it manually and or I create it using this. It's better to create it using this. So whenever this runs for the first time, it will be created. So init db, just for the quick reference, I'm just simply creating this. So we already have the client, right? So await client, I'm gonna be creating the table over here as well. So client dot create table, is there something like that? Of course we have the query. How do we create the table? So create a table if not exists. Interesting. I can even make a search like here, but I already have the code. But if you want to make a search, how to create a table in PostgreSQL, I mean that should do the job. Documentation, go here, create a table, and this is how you create a table. Even you can just add more and more things here. So insert into blah 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 blah. There is something called if not as well, but ultimately you will definitely get the right result. So what we want to do, we definitely want to create a table, and as we want to create a table over here, so let's simply do it like this. Literally it doesn't, is it not supported here? I think it is, right? We can write anything inside this. Yeah, it is supported here. So inside this you can write a like command in the multiple lines, nothing else. So create table, we want to create a table, and again if exists, okay, just like this. And what we want to create a table called users, and we only have to create the table if that does not exist, just like this. And do we have to have curly brackets? Of course we have to have curly brackets. So coming back to this, if I actually have a look at this thing over here, to create table cards, and then this particular thing, inside that you have to just simply specify the stuff. What else? Nothing else. So this particular thing is done. Apart from this particular thing, I need to have the ID serial. Again, I already have the code written in front of me for this only, so I'm gonna be just simply, I will explain everything. Primary key, and the name is gonna be, well, that's not even a lot to just explain, it's quite simple one. Varchar 255, and if you don't understand, I will explain. If you understand, congratulations. Let me format the code a bit. Yeah, this is how it's gonna be going on. So why am I not able to format it better? Just a sec. No. It turns out it's gonna be harder to just simply format it, but overall, but it's bad, yeah, isn't it? Even previous one was even better, like this much. Okay, so what am I doing here? Pretty simple. Let me even call it initDB. I thought Postgres would be able to format it, but probably even it is not able to format document with prettier, actually, not Postgres. So format it with this. It doesn't make any difference actually. So let me format it like this only. So what am I doing here? First of all, it will run, and whenever it runs, before even these routes and all, ultimately this is gonna be running. And when it runs, it makes sure that your table is gonna be created. So if create table, if not exist, if your table does not exist, then users table is gonna be created. Inside users table, I have the ID. That is serial. That simply means it will be increased the serialized manner. So first of all, 1 will come, then 2, then 3. It will just keep going on. Primary key, that simply means it's gonna be the primary key, and primary key is always unique and not null. And when it comes to name, this shit is gonna be varchar 25. That simply means it can have 255 characters, and the value of it is not gonna be null at all. As simple as that. We are not making it unique, because at the end of the day, we will have to insert many users. They will have the same names. And that is why this is just for the testing purpose, so I'm not gonna be worried about making them unique, but I hope you got the point. Okay, so this particular thing is done. Apart from this particular thing, there could be some chances when I'm actually gonna be getting the errors and all. In that case, let's use a try catch block, and CLG error creating the user, and the error is gonna be here, response.status, let's have 500 here, .json message error creating the user. And as for the error, I'm just simply gonna be passing it from here. Even error.message would be better if I can pass, but there's gonna be a problem if I'm passing it like this, and that is error is of unknown type. Such a crazy thing, but let me do one thing. If error is the instance type of the error, in that case error.message, this is all about TypeScript thing, so don't worry if you don't understand. If you understand, that's good. I'm just simply making sure that error always has the message. If error doesn't have the message, I'm gonna be making it converting it in this string format. So string and error, nothing else. So this thing is done. Apart from this particular thing, let me be back here. Gonna be repeating the same thing here as well. So try catch block, and let me copy it all. Control C. Oh shit. I will explain exactly what am I doing. First of all, the simple message. Second thing I'm checking, whether the error is instance of error class. If that is, so there will definitely be the message object inside that, and if that is not, then convert the whole error as a string. What else? Nothing else. And error fetching the users, or just simply fetching users should be enough. And error control C, control V, and this is how it should be going on. So yeah, we have almost written the code. There can be some bugs, and also we will be just simply fixing them very soon. And let's simply run this app.listen on this particular port CLG. Server is running on port, as simple as that. And once it is done, then I'll make sure that even this, so this initdb is gonna be called just below this, or even better, first of all initdb will be called, and then that will be running. Okay, I'm gonna be making it a sync, and I'm gonna be doing it like this. I think it will not be problematic if I make it a sync and all. Yeah, this is not problematic at all. So yeah, first of all db will be created, and then this thing will be running and all. So this is how things are gonna be done. Can it be better? Of course yes. Should I be making it? Why not? I mean, it can be better, so let's make it better as well, or we can just simply go with like this as well. I mean, not really big problem. Later we can work on fixing the stuff or making it better. Okay, so this is this much we have done. Almost our front end is, this one is ready. How about this? pgAdmin has been installed. Congratulations, here we are. Let's see how many things we are gonna be getting here. Not only pgAdmin, or database must be running as well. So image has been pulled, and everything else is great. And once everything is great, interesting job. And then Docker process status, and turns out yes, not yes. What is? We have PostgreSDB running over here. Great job. So what are we gonna be doing here? Now we are gonna be getting it connected, nothing else. So let me go here, and the server is here, right? Let me right click on it, register server, and name is gonna be what? Name is gonna be nothing but this PostgreSDB database DB servers, background, forget about everything. Let's go to the connection. Host is what? Host is nothing but local host, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, local host. Port is 5432. Maintenance Postgres database. Username in Postgres. Password, that was Postgres 1234. POST Postgres 1234. Okay, this is done. Role, forget about the role. Click on save. Unable to connect. Okay. Am I facing the network issue right now? Hello. Sorry, as my mobile is not near me. In between it just keeps getting disconnected. So Postgres 3241, and once all the things are done, let's simply click on save. This Postgres database that we have inside database, we have this K8SDB. Interesting job. This K8S Kubernetes database that we actually created. And if I actually go to, can I make it a bit bigger? Don't really think so, but let me give it a try. Let me click on view. Control plus should be working. Oh yeah, here we are. So it can definitely be bigger. And schemas. If I click on schema, if I go to this table, I don't have anything inside the tables. But as soon as we are gonna be running this server, ultimately this server I'm talking about. So database, ultimately table will automatically be created because of this initdb, and inside this I'm already creating a table. Should we run it? Definitely. I mean, why not? So let's simply start running it. So one dev, I think this is the sorry, I think I need to package.json scripts, and development mode. First of all, let's go with this one. And what am I gonna be running? Am I using Node here? Not really, I'm not using Node. So what am I using? Interesting question. I'm using Bun. here. So bun, and it will be gonna be running index.ts. I'm gonna be even structuring the things a bit better over here. The only problem is going to be how will you be handling it when I'll have to keep the things inside the source folder if I'm not wrong, if I'm actually structuring the things well, because I will have to configure the files. I like create the image so that I can easily create the image not, but okay, we will be getting it done. Bun index.ts, let's simply run this. So bun dev, and for the production, let me create one more thing. I mean, it doesn't really matter, it's just the same command, but okay, it's better to have different commands for different things, right? Okay, here we are. Let me run one dev. Oh, congratulations, got the first error. What is that? Capture stack trace bun dev password authentication failed Postgres. Password authentication failed. First of all, we got the error here at the top. This password authentication, because this is 3241. As simple as that. I hope you remember that. Postgres 3241. Let's run it again. Server is running. Great job. What else? Nothing could be better than this. As server is running right now, am I gonna be seeing some changes here? Let me see. Let me refresh it actually. So if I click on refresh, don't I have any table here? I should be having a table, don't you think so? Let me refresh the whole database, and inside tables, wow, I mean, wow, I don't really have anything. Inside tables I don't have anything, because user is this. What is the name of the database? There's no database. db database, and database is gonna be kts and db. This is the database name. Now it should be fine. I'll have to actually restart it again one more time. But what was the effect of running it once? I have my PostgreSQL. This is the main one. This should be actually local database, but never mind. Inside this I have these two. I will have to run it again because I forgot to mention this database name and it was unable to connect. Hence, this thing is done. And once this thing is done, let me be back here. Let me refresh it one more time. Let me go to KTSDB, schemas, tables, and thankfully this time I have my users. Inside users, if I just simply click on this and click on all rows, I'm gonna be getting an empty table. It just has ID and name. Congratulations, we've reached this much. What is the next thing? The next thing is that just simply saving the data here. What else? And checking whether the code is actually working. So I'm gonna be using Postgres over here, not Postgres, sorry for mispronouncing the things and all. This is gonna be Postman. So hopefully it's gonna be open soon. Okay, it's been open, so let's not worry about this exactly. What have I been doing here using all of these things? What is gonna be the next thing? That's interesting. Usually this is the URL that I have, and it doesn't really matter what kind of URL I have. I can just simply go ahead with the things like this. So http / localhost 3000 what? I'm thinking of something. This is gonna be users, and I'm gonna be just simply sending the username from here. The method is gonna be post, and let's see what's gonna be happening. And turns out message error creating the user cannot destructure the properties of username from null or undefined value. So it turns out that the value is being shown as undefined. Such a bad thing. Why is that so? I think I still need to use a few things here. app.use. I thought I don't need it in bun, but turns out I still need them. I never expected this thing to happen, but as I got this error, so app.use express.json. I think when you are just working with the bun server, at that time you don't need it, but usually when you are working with Express, of course you will have to convert the data in the JSON format. Let's write again, and once this is running again, let me send the data again and wait for a while. It should be just saved in the database. Let's see. if I don't get the error, I mean question mark. It's taking a lot of time, and username is required. Wow. Ooh, username is required. What am I sending from here? I'm sending the name, bro. So in this post method, I'm not sending the username. D, control D. Everywhere it should be name. Fine. This should actually be name. But there is a problem. Oh, not problem. I have named it name only. Interesting. Let me restart it one more time. One day. I know this is not the perfect server. There can be n number of things that can be improved, but it should be just workable, right? User created successfully, but there is no username. Ha. User created successfully, but there is no username. So I created the user successfully, and then response.rows. So the response that I got, response.rows 0 console, there is nothing here, and I'm not able to send anything here. Why is that? So that I'm not getting anything here. Let me check the user here first of all. So for checking the user, I'm gonna be back here, and let me run this command again. It turns out I got the user here, Vipendra. That's great. The user is being saved in the database, but the question is that why am I not getting any result here? And that's such a good question. And for getting the answer of that, I'm just simply gonna be saying one thing. CLG response. Let me start it one more time. Once it started, gonna be sending the name again. Either creating the user is not defined. Da da da, na 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 na, na 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 na. Let's remove this. I think this should not be problematic now. User created successfully. What was the response? Ah, row count, rows, empty. So we are not getting any rows as such. Interesting. How can I get the row? Returning everything. This time it should be returning. Start it again. Make a request. Check the result. And turns out, yes, we are getting the result. And what? We just wanted to have this thing. So let me do one thing. Const user is gonna be response.rows and this, and user is gonna be returned as user from here. Interesting job. Let me restart it again, make a quick request, and I'm getting the user info. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times Vipendra has been created. What else could be better than this? Let's simply try to get it. When I'm getting it, I'm only getting the first user. Why? Am I not selecting everything? Just a minute. Come back to this. This thing, post route is working. This route doesn't seem to be working. So rows 1, users I'm returning from here. The question is that select everything from users. This should be returning everything to me. So why is it returning me only this? Am I missing something here? Turns out I have to just simply return the rows instead of just one rows. Probably. Let me do that. No. Let's simply make a search and request, and turns out I'm getting all the users. Okay here, and this is more or less fine. What is the next thing that I have to do? So server is running, things are working fine. So no need to worry about this thing at all. Apart from this particular thing, these things I don't even need whether I need to have them here, but never mind, who cares. Okay, so this is done. Apart from this particular thing, backend is almost ready. The next thing is that I have to build the image of the backend. But if I build the image like this, this is not gonna be right. Few things I'm gonna be changing over here. And what are those few things going to be? First of all, this local host. At the end of the day, I'm gonna be using db dot default dot, I will explain exactly what is this. db dot default dot, I forgot. Never mind. Let me have a look at the code. Even I have to save it here. So db, what was the command for db manifest.ml, not even manifest.ml, inside the index.ts I will have it, and then postgres db.default.svc service cluster local svc, but this is gonna be what? This is gonna be the local host, isn't it? You are right, bro. svc I will even convert it in the URL format, don't worry, but it will happen later. So svc.cluster, and that's it. This is the only thing that I have to do, and this is gonna be the host. Why am I doing it? Because now I'm gonna be using Kubernetes, and inside Kubernetes, in order to get the address, this is equivalent to IP of the Kubernetes. I will tell you exactly what it does. So db.default, it simply means that use the db node inside the Kubernetes cluster, and then that is the default, that has the default namespace, and then this is the service that I'm gonna be using that cluster. Okay, ultimately this is the way to get the IP of the database. So it will just simply return me the local host here, local host IP address, and I will be telling you exactly what it does. So db default, this much I understand. Even this db in the sense get the database, how the name can be anything. Default in the sense it is using the default namespace. svg in the sense I'm gonna be getting the services, and cluster. Honestly, this is even I don't know. Cluster dot even there's one more thing dot local. So if I'm not wrong, this is using the local cluster. Okay, from that ChatGPT I can just know more about it. Just learned about this thing today itself. So few things I know, few things I've forgotten, but one thing is clear. This thing returns what? This thing returns the IP address. So either you keep the IP address directly, but the thing is that the IP address of your database may be changing again and again. But once you have this thing, so it will have the responsibility of giving me the IP address, ultimately the host. So you don't really need to worry about anything. Apart from this particular thing, user is gonna be Postgres, password is gonna be Postgres241. That's great. Database is number gonna be K. It is that's okay, fine. And port is gonna be 5432, and the remaining things you can have it. There's only one thing that I changed over here. Why did I change it? For the future reference. I will tell you exactly what it does and why I named it db default. Okay. Apart from this particular thing, nothing else. So it's time to just simply build this. So for building this, I need to have a Docker image. I mean Docker file, of course. Just a file I need. Docker file, just like this. Once I have this Docker file, so from bun open, again I need to get the image of the bun. So let me just make a quick search, bun Docker image. Hopefully I'm gonna be getting something needed here. Yeah, coming back to this one, containerizing bun. Just need the starting file, not a starting file, just this much. Control Shift C, whatever, and let's simply paste it here. So got the image of the bun. So from bun got it as this. So let's make it just builder. Do I even need to make it builder? Do we need to what? I can copy and paste the whole thing, but I don't want to do that this time. Rather, I wanna go with the simple steps. Let's keep it simple and continue. So from O1 bun, I got the bun image. Once I got that bun image, so work dir, that's gonna be nothing but app. And apart from this particular thing, I have the bun image. I have the bun image, and then I created the app inside the image. And whenever the image is built, app will be already created. And then what I want to do, I want to copy the package.json. So copy package dot everything, package everything dot json in the current directory, in the app directory. Automatically it will be copied. And then once I have copied everything, so what else do I need? I got the bun image, I created the app folder, inside that package.json, and then copied package.json run, and then bun install, so it will be run. So ultimately everything is gonna be installed. Once everything is installed, I'm gonna be copying index.ts. So index.ts to the current directory, And do I need ts config? I don't think so, but why do I need ts config? What is the use of having ts config here? Probably some compilation stuff and all. Okay, let's copy ts config, sorry, ts config.json in the current directory. So I copied this as well. Remedy, not, I don't need readme, not remedy. JSON done, docker file don't need, git ignore, don't need, node modules don't need, it will automatically be installed. So these are the things that I need. And at the end of the day, expose, this is completely optional whether you keep this here or not. Exposing will be done on 3000 port. And cmd at the end, this is the command that's gonna be running, and that is bun and bun start on the development mode. So this is how it's gonna be going on. So this thing is gonna be running. Anything else? This is where I'm just simply building the image. And let me have a few more things here. Few more things in the sense docker ignore what all I want to ignore. So I want to ignore docker file itself. I want to ignore node modules. I want to ignore bun.lock. I don't even think I need it there. And I need to ignore readme.md. Yeah, definitely I need to ignore this. And I need to ignore dist, but dist will not definitely be created here. So this much is fine for now. Okay, let's try to build the image and see whether the image gets created or not. So for building the image, it takes a lot of time, but okay. For building the image, what will I be doing? Docker build, and tag is gonna be, what should be the tag for this? K-attach frontend. So K-attach frontend, and everything from the current directory. Anything else? No, this much is fine. Run it. So image is gonna be built over here. Hopefully, well, we got the error. And what is the error? The error is that it failed to build. That is index.js. Sorry, it should be ts. Done. Let me try to build it again. And then we will try to even run this, and once everything is done, that okay, it is running and all, and then we will just simply be going ahead. By the way, as we are building this right now, so let me have the same URL here, but if it is running inside the container, so it will be hard to connect to the database that is running on my local device unless I'm running both of them inside the container. That is right. So no use doing this. Yeah, no use doing that. So this much is done, and once I have my image, it is already built in the sense Docker images. So this is the K-attach frontend. This is the image that I have. Apart from this particular thing, let me delete the extra stuff. So Docker RMI, and I'm gonna be removing backend pg. I'm gonna be removing httpd. I'm gonna be removing not this nginx latest. Why not? Postgres not, and all this. And sorry, Docker images. Wow, frontend. I thought I'm facing the network issue. Such a good thing is that I named it wrong. So what will I be doing? K-attach Docker remove K-attach frontend. Latest, I'm gonna be removing this as well. It's been deleted. Docker build tag is gonna be K-attach, and that's gonna be what? Backend this time, and everything from the current directory. Should be quite quick, should not be taking a lot of time, and that's what it happened. Okay, apart from this particular thing, what is the next thing? The next thing is that working on the which part? Working on the front end part and seeing whether it works or not. Having said that, I will have to convert it to the local host again because I'm gonna be working with the front end part, and I want to integrate it there. Inside the front end part, The question is, what should I be using here? And the answer is simple React. CD, and it's not gonna be like a big one, just simple stuff. I'm gonna be having two buttons, one for adding the user, another one is for getting the user, and that is it. Okay, should be enough. So CD frontend, bun create wait @latest. Is this the right command? Bun create a wait @latest. Let's see, run it. Why not? Make a quick Google search. React using bun. Facing the network issue or what? Yeah. This network issue keeps the quality of one right now. Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? Can you hear me? I know I'm facing the network issue. Sorry for that. I think I need to go and fix this thing right now. Do I need to go and fix the network issue? Meanwhile, I mean, in between it just works great, but then it crashes at once. I can fix it. Give me 1 minute. I'll fix the problem, I'll come back, and then I'll continue from here on, so that we don't have to face the network issue at all. I'll be back soon, within a minute. So just a minute. Alright everybody, here we are finally. Next time onwards, ultimately from now on, we'll not have to face the network issue at least. And I hope everything's clear on YouTube right now. Hello, 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 am I audible? And it turns out to be good this time, but it's still just simply loading, reloading. The loader was just simply loading this stuff, so let me reload the page. And connected to this live. And I hope everything's alright. Am I audible? Yeah. So once everything's clear, let's continue from here on and what we were focusing on. And that was this thing. And we have to mainly work on the front end section, right? So build a React app with bun. That's what I wanted to do. And that was bun run build in React. Create React app. This. Interesting stuff. That's what I wanted. So bun init React. So what kind of, it will give me front end svg ts config bun. It's like building this using bun. I've never tried it actually. Bun with the React. What kind of structure is this gonna, I mean, how it's gonna be? Even it has index.html. That is bound to be the here. Let's try this thing now. I'm not sure like what kind of result I'm gonna be getting here if I use this command, but let's try something new. So bun init react will be initialized with the bun, and once this thing is done, then we'll continue from here on. So this much is done. Then I have to just simply run static sites bun run build and bun run start for production. Interesting. For development mode, bun run dev. So this way it will be started. Let me go to the localhost 3000. Ayla. Hey. This is interesting. Hello. What else? Well, it looks great. What is? It's better to have this background as well. And we can have just few things over here. Even this is great. No, we have definitely have to make some changes here. Okay, so what are gonna be those changes? Let me close everything. Source, and I have API tester and all these things are not even required here. This is the normal stuff that I have. And first of all, this error, let's simply get rid of this error. And for getting rid of it, I'll say I'm gonna be creating a file globals.css globals.d.ts and import not import, actually I'll have to declare something. So declare module, hopefully this is right, everything.css. Yeah, the error is gone. And it just simply says that accept everything. It makes sure that API, I mean TypeScript recognizes everything that ends with CSS and all, just for that thing. And apart from this particular thing, logo container, everything's fine. And when it comes to this, so I have these two logos here. Should I have them here? It's okay, let them have them here, let them be here. And then I have this bun and few changes I need to make here over here. API tester, this is nothing but wow. So what am I supposed to be doing now? Simple stuff, bro. First of all, you have to get all the users and you have to add the users. So let's simply delete both the things from here. Even this one are not quite needed. I can still have the background. That's not really the problem. It does look good. So that's fine. API tester, let's simply delete this. Frontend TSX, this is fine. No problem with this as such. And index.ts. Index.ts, it turns out that there is a bun server over here. I'm gonna be deleting this, even this is not needed. Logo.svg, react.svg, okay, let them be here. But at the end of the day, they are gonna be problematic, mainly because if I build this, will I be getting the images? That is something I need to think of. API tester, cut it. Let me try to build this first of all. Stop, bun run build, and will I be getting the images inside the build file or not? And it turns out if I run bun run start, module not found, source index dot. Didn't it ask me to run this initially? Oh, what the hell. Okay, turns out I'm not really getting. Okay, but I think it did ask me bun start. I don't really think I have the start file here. Never mind, we can create it. We do have this node environment production bun this. So we have if a node is gonna be bun source index.ts. Interesting. And even in that case it is running what? Even in that case it is running index.ts only in both the cases. It is never ever building the file. So source index.out dir dist source map blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, it is just simply running this one only. Node environment production bun source index.ts. It is directly running. Should it be running? What should I actually run in that case? There is no index.ts file. That simply means even when I deploy this, I will have to run it like this only. Isn't this insane? So suppose I'm deploying it, even creating the image of it, I will have to convert it all. Okay, and then I have to run it using this node, is gonna be this one. Okay, any better way? If I'm building this, so bun build source index.html out dir this. So ultimately, if I directly run the HTML file, what will happen? ls bun run build, it's gonna be built, and now as I have this HTML file, hopefully this contains the script. It does, I think. Yeah, it does. So as it contains the script, so if I just simply open it with live server, I think I must have the option here as well. Open it with live server. Will it have everything? Yeah, it does have. And not only that, it even has the images. Interesting. That simply means these images, I can just simply remove them, because the overall image that it was supposed to be having, it already had inside this. Probably. I think it has this particular image. Yeah. So this time if I write again, stop live server, and let me start the live. Come on, yeah. Will I be keep doing it like this? Open with the live server. I will still get this. Okay, that's what I wanted. Control ww. Okay, it does work. So ultimately, somehow I have to run index.html. But the question is that once I have the everything inside the index.html, so how will you make it viewable? I'm gonna be making the image, and I need to have all these files, and once I have all these files, after that I have to just run this. That's the simple thing. And to run the index.html file, I cannot run it directly, man. That's the problem. Either I create a server for this, or I just simply store this image on S3 or somewhere. So instead of deploying it here, I actually upload it on S3. That is also a way, just or export it using SDN. And the last way is that no, S3 is gonna be a better option, and this is nothing but the static file. But then how will I integrate it in my project? The main focus is not on deploying it in the best way possible. It's mainly integrating it in my current project. And if I actually want to integrate it in my current project, in that case I'll have to go with this setup only. Instead of building it, let's simply write directly, build the image, let it work on like this only, because this is great. I can just simply copy all the things from here. I can just simply upload to S3 bucket. I can just simply expose it index.html via CDN, and it will work great. But if I do it, I will not be able to actually integrate this whole setup in my current project, where I just want to build frontend and backend and deploy both of them actually inside deploy both of them inside the Kubernetes cluster. So at least this is that's coming in my mind right now. So I'm gonna be going with this one only. Okay. And as for this one, this is already done. So what is the problem here? Well, turns out no problems at all. Okay, apart from this particular thing, anything else that I need to fix? Well, there are many things that you need to fix, but let's simply get started from here on. So first of all, I need to have merely two things. First one is gonna be get users, add users. It's gonna be pretty simple stuff. As for get users and add users inside source, I'm gonna be creating components here. Components, just like this. The first one is gonna be get users.tsx, and second one is gonna be add users.tsx. Add user.tsx. At a time only one user is gonna be added, but okay, never mind. RFC get users, that's already done, and then there's gonna be RFC again here, just like this. So we've done this much, and just get users. First of all, I will actually be adding the users, so hopefully it's gonna be great. Let's see. Let's have a look at the result that we get. So one dev. Oh, amazing job, yeah. Why am I getting this error right now? One run dev. Are you angry? What? Package.json. I do have this one dev, one run dev source index.ts, and it turns out that I don't have. Earlier I had the package. Right now I don't have that. In that case, bun. Go to the source, and this time it should be running frontend.tsx. Hopefully this is gonna be right. Is there any problem in the frontend.tsx? Import this hot module, render app, should be fine if I'm not wrong. So add users, package. Earlier everything was being displayed using this index.html. That was a quite good option here. Yeah, I removed that. I should not have removed that actually. So index.js file that I had initially, ts file that I had initially, that was responsible for rendering the index.html file, if I'm not wrong, and that would have been quite a good thing, but okay, never mind. Deleted, so deleted. Frontend.tsx, I'm just simply gonna be running it, and build is even not required here, so ultimately I don't really need anything else, and I probably need Control C and Control V. And again, this is not the best way, again I'm telling, but because I wanna integrate it in my project, so I'm gonna be going ahead like this for now. Okay, let's see. So one run dev, document get element by root. Document is not defined. Lovely. So if document is not defined, types node, will it be fine now? Base URL, I know this is deprecated, and as this is deprecated, let's simply get rid of this. There should be something, one more thing, node type, not this one. Okay, turns out everything's done. Exclude this, then this. Getting the same problem again. Document is not defined, and document is actually being used inside this front end. Or import meta. Or does not exist, and type import meta. What am I supposed to be doing now? The thing is that I'm using it with one. That's the craziest thing. I may have to just remove everything and just simply initialize it with white. That would be better thing for now. If I'm using it with white, I will still be getting into HTML over there. But it should be somehow functional. Property hot is not it does not exist over here inside this one. So can I make it optional? Nope, it can never ever be optional. I cannot even force to be here. If you need to declare that given property exists on import meta, this may be augmented via interface merging. Initially I wasn't getting the error, and then I deleted some of the things, and now finally getting this error, so congratulations. And by the way, what I want to do here is just simply deleting this front end part, nothing else. Front end, and I'm gonna be initializing it with ls. Do I still have it? cd front end, and now I don't have anything here. npx how to initialize React with or let's initialize Next.js. Even it's gonna be quite quick, because at the end of the day we are not really converting it to converting the project in index in HTML, CSS and JavaScript code, so we can just even initialize it in React. So bun create next app, just like this. So let's simply do everything here. Would be even better than earlier, if we actually want to use bun. Okay, so this particular thing is gonna be done, and turns out it has created my app inside that. Such a bad thing. Just this much should be fine. As for the name, that should be current directory. Use the previous settings. Now it should be fine. And what is the next thing? Pretty simple stuff. Will not be really doing much. Just gonna be creating some of the stuff, and that will be done. That's it. Inside package.json, I have dev start this. I'm gonna be going with the, let's see while building what it actually returns. And npx start next start. Okay, so bun run build. It's gonna be building it first of all, as it has been built. So I would like to see the result here. Build this is what I actually got, and inside this I have type common.js. I still don't know how to use this build file, honestly, believe it or not. By the way, this is not what we are gonna be working with right now. I can explore it tomorrow, later, but this is something I have to know how to deploy Next.js using the build file. We will directly be deploying it, so no problem as such right now, but this is something that I have to explore. Okay, so just a minute. What did I remove? This was my app, not quite needed. This was next build. Okay, this one. Let's remove this next folder. Apart from this particular thing, npm run bun run dev. It is running on port 3000. Let's simply go to that. And overall, this is how things are looking like. What is the next thing? Just gonna be making quick request to the database, and we'll be getting this stuff done. What is the problem here? The problem is with the file is not found in the program next types views. I think when we build this, it will be available. That's not really a big problem. The next thing that I'm gonna this next, let me delete this. Now it doesn't throw any error. That's interesting. Okay, the next thing is that inside the app I just have this page.tsx, and let me just remove everything from here. rfc, and once I have this here, few things I'm gonna be having here. Just few things in the sense, get users, even add users, add user, ultimately not even users, just like this. And then I have get users here, just like earlier. These are the two things that I'm gonna be having here. And just outside of this one, components I have, or let's have the components inside app only, so that I don't have to move a lot of things here and there. Would be better for now at least. So components, because I'm gonna be at the end building the image out of this, so that is why I just want to have everything inside this components. And that's gonna be add users.tsx, and the another one is gonna be get users.tsx, gonna be quite quick. Let's simply make RFC. No need to worry about designing and all. Get users. Similarly, RFC add everywhere users. Great stuff. Okay, so what I have to do next? When it comes to getting the users, I'm gonna be just simply making a request. For getting the user, there could have been a lot of things, but it's gonna be quite simple. Const users, set users, and use state I'm gonna be using over here. And this is how it's gonna be going on initially. Once I have the users, again, what is the type of the users? So the user will only contain two things, like it will have the ID, that's gonna be string. It will have the name, that's gonna be name, that's gonna be also the string. So this is gonna be the type of the user, that's gonna be the array. What else? And once I have this here, so what else? Users.map user, users.map, and just like this. And apart from this particular thing, I'm gonna be rendering the user information over here. So first of all, that's gonna be a paragraph. User is gonna be user name is gonna be ultimately user dot name. Just like this, user info. Why am I getting the user info? I should directly be getting the user from here, and it will definitely take the ID as well. So key is gonna be user dot ID. So overall, this is how it's gonna be going on. I don't even know how the result is gonna be looking like, but okay, result doesn't really matter. Overall, things should be working. Use effect, whenever it runs for the first time, use effect is gonna be running at that time, and that is it. And user will be added directly over here. So I need to have a top global level file here in that case. Global level file context. It's okay, I'll figure it out. Either I have a context over here to maintain the states, or I just keep both the files. There is a way, I will fix it. I will have to just pass the lots of props here and there, but ultimately that can be actually be done. Actually be done in the sense, instead of keeping it here, I'm gonna be keeping it here in the main file. So in this way, even if I need to pass it, I'm gonna be passing it. So when it comes to getting the users, so when getting the user, so I'm gonna be making a request to just simply get the user, and so ultimately I need to pass both of them, right? So users are gonna be equals to users. Again, this is not the best way. You had better use some context or state management libraries. Just for making it quick, I'm just using this. Users is gonna be equals to set users. Just like this, same thing, especially when I'm adding the user. So at least I have to add users, set users here. So this is how it's gonna be going on. I need to import them for sure. So this is how it's gonna be done. Alrighty, so I'm passing these two things. Coming back to this one, I'm gonna be getting the users. I'm gonna be getting set users, and as for the type, users are gonna be a user type. Interesting job. So let me create the user type as well. Otherwise, I'll keep making the types again and again. So const type user is gonna be equals to this is gonna be the type of the user, just like this. Type users is gonna be user of an array. Export this thing from here as well, and the users type is gonna be nothing but this users type. Apart from this particular thing, if I go here, and users is gonna be having this users type, users, and what here, this thing, set users, never expected this would take this much time, but okay, never mind. Set users, it will have a type dispatch. I think I started working on the backend and this will definitely, but okay. Set state action, and the type is, it will take the value of what? It will take the value of user, that is just the type that I created. And once this is done, then I will have one more property here. Okay, when I'm getting the user, until then it's gonna be showed as loading, right? So one more use state, loading, set loading use state. And there are many better ways. You can use many libraries here, but okay, for making it like many libraries in the sense, there's a library called 10 stack react query. You can use that, make the things quite even simpler, but okay. Try catch, finally. As soon as I start this, so set loading, that's gonna be true. Whenever it ends, set loading, that's gonna be false. Simple. What will I be doing here? The thing that I will be doing here, that will be making a request. Again, that's gonna be a problem. What is that problem going to be? The problem is going to be getting the URL of the backend, and the backend's URL is going to be what? Backend's URL, I will have to I'll have to make the backend's URL on my own, and if I'm sending the request using that URL, lovely. Okay, never mind. Let me make it simpler. Later I will change the even backend's URL. And I haven't learned how to manage the environment variables in Kubernetes. That simply means I will have to hard code the things. Okay, so hard coding will happen here, but I will make it done. Okay, const. Let's go with fetch. For now, we already have a backend running on localhost, so at least we should be able to make a request to that directly. And the Next.js itself runs on port 3000 by default. That's such a bad thing, because Next.js runs on port 3000 and our backend also runs on port 3000. Both of them are gonna be conflicting. In that case, for just right now, I'm gonna be running it on 3000 to 1 or maybe 4000 just for now. And apart from this particular thing, page get users, it is already accepting both the things. So what is the problem here? Users on undefined is not assignable to this. Wow, amazing job. So let me give it some value as well. Not some value, just this much. Set users. User is not assignable to set state action users. Expected set users. Passing this directly from here. Array. This is gonna be nothing but an array. How about this? Any problem? Still, user is not assignable to set state action users. User is not assignable to this. Why is that so? Set users dispatch state action, and I'm just simply giving it the user. That simply means giving it this value. The question is that why isn't it assignable? It can be either it should be users. I can't make it null. No way. It should be only this much. The question is that it is not assignable. That's what I'll have to figure out. So I have set users over here, and this set set users I have here, dispatch, set stage action, and user. And when it comes to this particular user that it has, the expected time comes from property set user, which is declared here on type instancing users, and set users dispatch set is action. Dispatch set state action is not assignable to type dispatch set state action user. Dispatch set state action users. Got it. The thing is that so the thing is that it is just simply saying that by default you are getting this users over here initially, and then later you are trying to assign the user, and that gets problematic. So what can I do regarding that? Regarding that, whenever you are setting the users, by the way, here users set users, and when set users you are supposed to be providing the main user. So if you actually give it the array here, you will not gonna be getting any error as such, will you? No, error will be gone. So that is the problem. It is actually expecting me to just by the way, when I'm actually passing the users from here, so whenever I'm setting the user, I need to make sure that I'm setting more than one users, and because I'm gonna be getting the previous users plus the new users, that's gonna be fine. Okay, okay with this. Set users, that simply means I have to set many users at a time, nothing else. Let's see what's gonna be happening. So this much is done. Fetch for now. HTTP, again hard coding it. Localhost 4000 slash what? Users. Method is gonna be get by default, and apart from this particular thing, apart from this method, nothing else, because I'm just simply trying to get the users, so that's even gonna be fine. I'm gonna be getting all the previous users, and I'm gonna be going to be adding the new ones here. Yeah, that should make sense. And apart from this particular thing, once I got the response, and what is the next thing that I have to do once I got the response over here? So let's make it simple. I'm gonna be returning this from here. So response dot JSON, just like this, and lastly dot then, and I will be getting the result or probably users here, and once I got the users here, then set users are gonna be called here, and users I'm gonna be passing. Okay, so ultimately this much is done. So just simply getting the users first of all, localhost 4000 users. Once I got them, then just simply converting in the JSON format, and after that just simply setting the user should be enough, sort of, and CLG error. If there's any error, then I'm already passing the error from that side too. But I don't even know the type of the error that I'm gonna be getting here, so gonna be keeping it simple. Error getting the fetching the users. Later I will check the exactly what all I get in the error, and then I'll just simply make it better. Error fetching the user, just like this, and alert. Ooh, I don't have toast. Interesting. So let's have this alert here. Fetching, what else could be better than this? Fetching the user. And once all these things are done, so I will definitely have got the user, and once I have the user, so I'm gonna be just simply saying one thing, bro, that if the loading is true, in that case, sorry, I'm just simply gonna be showing this loading here. Return, sorry just this much. So I'm just simply gonna be showing this loading. As for this one, it should definitely be in the middle. So text class name flex height, just a minute, give me a moment. Just a minute, let me open the door and then I'll be right back. Just a few seconds, that's it. Alrighty then, here we are, and let's continue. So here I was, and I was just simply saying that a few extra stuff here, and flex is hide screen, items are gonna be center, and justify is also gonna be center, and text is gonna be 4 XL around. Font is gonna be bold over here, and that is it. So this is how I'm just simply gonna be going ahead with the things. And as for this one, same class name, and I think it will already be in the middle by default if I'm not wrong. So let me just simply remove it for a while and see exactly how it looks like. And apart from this particular thing, I have add users here, and when it comes to this add users, so of course I'm gonna be adding the user one by one, and in that case I have this set users. So adding users in the sense getting the previous one, adding a new one, as simple as that. So coming back to this one, and okay, that's great. Set users. Honestly, I wasn't supposed. The fan is on. I'll actually have to close the door. Just a minute, so that the voice doesn't echo much. I'll be back. Alrighty, so I was just simply saying that I wasn't supposed to be live for this much time, but okay, I've been live for after a long time, so it's better to just get something interesting done. I shouldn't be awake because of this only. I got sick, but okay, next time onwards I'll keep this thing in mind. And as for right now, let's simply go with the flow and get it done. If it's going on, so it's better to just simply finish this dispatch, not dispatch, yeah. Set state action, and the type is actually gonna be nothing but users here. Okay, fine. And this user needs to be imported from here. This is done, and then here I will have nothing but a form, and definitely a form. So this is where I will just have a normal form, and I could have used a 10 stack queries and all, React form hook as well, but okay, keeping it really simple and easy to understand. And I'll just have only one input box over here, and that's gonna be text placeholder, enter your name over here. Pretty simple. I'll have just a button, add, simple as, nothing could be better than this actually. Type is gonna be submit over here. So this thing is done. Apart from this particular thing, on submit, I'll have a button called handle array bar, handle submit, just like this. Again, I need to create this function here, const. Pretty simple basic thread operation. What else? Handle submit event, submit event. Hopefully this is gonna be right, but not sure whether this is exactly gonna be the one. On submit, what is the problem? On submit, which is declared okay, so this is gonna be submit event, just like this. Still getting that. Then submit event HTML form element. So submit event, first of all it needs to be imported from React if I'm not wrong, from here, and then it needs to have HTML form element, just like this. And now the error is gone. Okay, by the way, once I have this much, so I'm gonna be getting the value of this. I forgot one thing, that how do we get the values here. I think we need to give it the ID or something, or name. Yeah, on the basis of the name. So name is gonna be name, just like this. So on the basis of the name I'm gonna be getting the value. So event.target.name, yeah, const name is gonna be equals to event.target.name. So I got the value once I have the name. If I don't have the name, return from here. and if I have the name, so whenever I'm sending the data in the database, the that will automatically be increased. I will have to make a Google search again. There is a problem. I will show you what the problem is. First of all, let me make a request to the database. So fetch, and it's better to do one thing inside app. Just inside the app only, I will have one more thing. Why am I having everything at the same place? I'm gonna be building the image so that I don't have to just copy paste all lots of files. So I'm gonna be having one more constants.tlc constants. Okay, let's not even worry about that. I can fix it on my own. Changing the thing at two places not really big problem. http://localhost 4000/users. This time method is actually gonna be post. We have to stringify the data, right? Do we have to stringify the data in fetch? I think so. Body is gonna be json.stringify, and that's gonna be nothing but the name. Simple question. Do we have to stringify the body in fetch? Say yes. Yes, you generally need to. Thank you. So this is done, and apart from this particular thing, we can just say that credentials and include and all, but we are not really sending the credentials, so we don't really need to worry about it. So this much this is how it will be sent. Then of course I will be getting the user information from there. So response.json. Once this is done, then I'm gonna be getting the user. Once I got the user, set user, I'm gonna be getting all the previous users, and once I got the previous users or current users, name it anything, current users, once I got them, I'm gonna be returning ... current users and the new user that I got. I hope it's done. So this is how I'm gonna be going ahead, and a few more things that need to be done here. That is gonna be inside a try catch block. Done. And clg error, creating the user, and the error is gonna be login like this. Alert error, creating the user. I could have used toast here as well, but okay, whatever is here. So here I need to have a loading state here as well. Not loading even. Adding set adding use state. By default it's gonna be false, and set adding, that will become true over here. Coming back to this one, error, if there's any, forget about the error. Finally will always run, so set adding, that's gonna be false over here. Coming back to this one, disabled is gonna be equals to is adding. If or if high is adding, why am I not getting it here? That is only adding, is adding, set is adding, this done, is adding is done. And apart from this particular thing, if again I'm gonna be disabling this as well, if that the value is equals to is adding. Apart from this particular thing, if it is actually disabled, then I have to give it some class name as well. Okay, let's not worry about the class name, it will look even great. Still it will look great. I can make it better, but okay, let's not do, invest time doing that. And name is this, fine. This is also fine. I'm already changing the value. Once I'm already changing the value, so this value is going to be changed. Okay, we've done it. The front end is almost ready. Few things that we need to do, we will have to change this. Let's keep this particular thing in mind, and overall things are okay. Let's see how it looks like. Another compaction is already active only. Banandium. Let me go here. And how does it look like? Let's see. Congratulations. Use state. Use client. Okay, not really big problem. So let me make use client here itself. By the way, I can use it just like this at the top. Use client. Any problem with that? So things actually look that the worst way possible. They look like. Let me, I mean, design them a bit. Yeah, that's crazy. In order to design them, class name, height is gonna be screen, flex, items center, justify center, and this is how things are gonna be looking like. And apart from this particular thing, add users, I'm gonna be back here, and form, class name, flex, and gap is gonna be around 3. So let me close this first of all. Yeah, this is fine. So this is how it looks like. As for this input, class name bg white, interesting. Text is gonna be bg gray 200. Text is gonna be 500. Text gray 500. Oh, not bad. Padding x is gonna be 3, py is gonna be 1. Not the worst thing actually, but it would be great if it is around 800 or something. Okay, so this thing is done, and apart from this particular thing, well, don't really need to care about anything. And there's one more thing, border would be none, so that would be better. That is not a border, that is outline, so outline would be none, so that would be better. And rounded should be large, so that would be better. Let's make the bottom as well. Okay, and this is the button, so let's design the button a little bit as well. Class name bg gray, that's gonna be around 600. Text is gonna be white. What else? px is gonna be 3, py is already enough. Rounded is gonna be large. Whenever I hover over that, cursor should be pointer. Already, I mean, not the worst thing, but okay, enough. Okay, apart from this particular thing, there should be some users. So as soon as I add the value, let me try to add the value. I mean, let's see. VIP and ERA. Is the backend running? Not really. So let me make sure there is a user by default. So in order to add the user by default, I'm gonna be having the value here. ID is gonna be 1234, and ID is gonna be integer or what? Let me make it 1234, and name is gonna be Dipendra. This is gonna be here by default. Congratulations, unstoppable. Class name. First of all, this needs to be flex. So coming back to the page, flex column. So this thing is done. Apart from this particular thing, get users, and I need to just make it a little bit beautiful. Crazy beautiful. Gap is gonna be around 3. 3. What 3? Okay, a little beautiful. Let me remove this, and coming back to get users, this is gonna be 3xl, 3xl. That's it. That's more beautiful than I wanted. Okay, so that is it. This is how it just simply goes. And now it's time to test this, whatever. By the way, flex is gonna be start. Sorry, not flex start. Justify should be start. It doesn't make any difference. I'll have to make it start from there only. So coming back to this one. This is the flex, right? Yes, this was the flex. Let me pay. Oh yeah. How about this? Interesting. I justify center is the problem. Let me remove this. It just works opposite because this is I need to keep it there anyhow. And apart from this particular thing, class name width full, it will be going there. It doesn't really have any fixed width, so that's okay. It's okay. I'm okay with the normal design as well. Not really worried about even making it look good. I will have to give it fixed width, and then we'll make sure that it is on the left side. But okay, never mind. Not really matter. Doesn't really matter. Alright, anything else that I want? Nothing else. So let me just try to see whether it works or not. So two things I actually need to manage here. Even this Ubuntu machine, Kubernetes machine that I was creating, that has been created right now. So let me go to one more step back, cd backend. I'm gonna be running both the things at the same time. npm run what I'm using bun here. So bun dev, we'll just simply start it on port 4000. It is already running on the 4000 bun dev here as well. So both the things have started. Let me be back here. Okay, first thing, map. User.map is not a function. Okay, it's just simply saying that it is not a function. And when it comes to the user, so what is the users? When it comes to this users, so this is users. The type is already users. So the only one thing that I have to do, that if users does not exist, return from here, bro. Nothing else. So if users does not exist for some reason, let's simply return from here. What else? Because if that does exist, that is def. Is still getting the same error. Users.map. I think. Why am I getting this error? Users.map user. No. Let me add this to my workspace. Figure it out quickly why you are getting this error even. It is just simply saying that users. Allah. No. Users is not a function. Get users. क्या दिक्कत है? Get users dot this. So ultimately here is the problem. It is saying that get users. What am I missing here? You are missing something important. Set users. I'm just simply setting the users here. Once the user is set, so the value of the users will be changes. It will reload. This client should not be the problem. Anyhow, here. Yeah, it is not a problem. So getting bothersome. Users.map. It is saying that app components get users.tsx. I read this. users.map is not a function. Understood? It is not a function. So this is definitely an array that is returning the value. So what is the problem with this? It is not a function, I know that. Isn't it something that just simply returns this? It has even the key value pair. So what is the problem with that? Literally, how about if it does exist? How can I resolve this issue? Users.map is not a function. I'm getting this error from the browser side. Interesting. So it is just simply saying that it is not a function. Okay. If users, forget about this. If users dot length, if that's triple equals 0, return it from here. Still getting that. Why? I mean, literally. Users, what is the type of? Type is already configured here. This user, I'm getting it from there. And when I'm actually adding it, it's getting added there. Oh, I'm gonna be taking the help of AI now. Literally. The question is, why am I getting this error? Why am I getting this error here? Users is not an array at runtime. So you wrote users, this users.map. Map only works on arrays, but users is likely an object or null or undefined or something else. So most common. Then users, set users. The API is probably like, oh, I made a mistake here. Get users, I'm gonna be getting all the users. Set this users. So when it comes to setting the users, I'm gonna be getting the array, so I'm gonna be just simply setting that. What is the problem with this? And this user is nothing but the types of users. So any problem when I'm already setting it to that? No. So ultimately I will have to check the states, probably. How about if I just simply comment this? What will happen now? Now getting this. The only problem is that whenever I'm fetching the value, at that time this occurs. Okay, interesting. So when I'm fetching the value, so what am I doing? Set loading, forget about this. Fetch a localhost of 4000 users. Get response.json. I'm gonna be getting the response.json. Once I got that, I'm just simply converting it to this. So I will be getting the users, right? Let me check on the backend side. So from the index.ts, whenever I'm getting the users, so from here, from the JSON format, I'm just simply rewriting the users from here. That simply means I should be getting the users here, and once I got the users, set users. This is this message that I have over here. I'm just simply gonna be passing the users here. Users in the sense it will be getting all the users. So what is the problem? This works, but if I just keep it like this, this does not work in that case. Okay, not really a big problem. I know it's gonna be the format of the users only, or even to be precise, I can say the value that I will be getting here, that's gonna be type of users only. Now I'm not gonna be getting data. Okay, fine. There was a typing related issue, nothing else. Like it wasn't sure that what is the type of the array that is gonna be set here. Alrighty then, this much is done. Apart from this particular thing, name is Vendra. If I just simply send a value, suppose we can sing Patel and just simply add it, error creating the user. Amazing job. The question is why? I'm gonna be doing this thing from here, from the postman side first of all. कोई ना चलता है भाई. I mean, I literally wanted to. It's 11:23. I'll have to call it by 12 anyhow. The thing is that maybe because of waking up till late nights, I got sick, and then here I am working the same way again. This should be 4,000. No. JSON users array. Again repeating, JSON users array. That's fine, understandable. And how about creating that? So if I make a post request, a user will be created. I'm gonna be getting the user. So especially when I'm getting the user, I'm getting it in this format. So ultimately I'm getting the data, and then it contains the message, it contains the user, and that is the simple thing. Coming back to this one, I'm gonna log the value as well. CLG users is gonna be equals to users, and paste it here. And once this much is done, that's okay. Error fetching the user, right? Let's see how it's gonna be going on. By the way, that was the error creating the user. Let me check it one more time. Send the request from here. Error creating the user this time. Interesting. So error creating the user. Okay. So add user. Error creating the user. So user is created like this. JSON format. Aha, got to know about the error. How can I be so crazy? The thing is that even this is gonna be wrong in that case. In the response that I get many things. So even if I call it result, the last result, so from here I'm gonna be getting the user, so as well as messages, both the things. But if I just simply get the users from results, so this is gonna be just like this. And once I have this set users, and that's gonna be users. Now I should not be getting this error anywhere. And apart from this particular thing, the same needs to be done over here. Sorry, just for a moment lost my mind as well. Even forgot what I'm returning from there. By the way, I can even directly return it from here. I'm gonna be returning the user like this, and then it should be fine. And if I just try to add error creating the user, still getting that, it got created. Great. Error so I'm getting all the previous users, but when I'm creating the error, getting the error, I'm getting the user. When I'm getting the error, at that time something is going wrong. Okay. By the way, what could be that? So response.json, it just simply returns that particular message, right? This one. That simply means something is going wrong over here. So http localhost 4000 slash users method post body this, and it's better to just simply log this error directly over here. I'm even logging this. I have to just check this thing out. What is the problem? Let me send them request again. Oh, the error goes away really quick. Interesting. Never expected this thing to happen, but hopefully I should be able to check somewhere here. The error is this const result user. So whenever I'm creating this, I'm not able to destructure the value. So somewhere here I'm facing the issue. Does it mean I'm not able to save the values? Probably. The question is, how about result CLG, gonna be checking the value exactly what I get. Without this, it's gonna be hard to just simply go through anything. So let's do it really quick. Either creating the user directly. Wow. Either creating the user. Method post JSON stringify name. I'm just simply sending my name from here. And why am I not able to see the real error? Why it just simply changes really quick? Oh, got it. But on submit that should be fine. The page gets reloaded. Event.prevent default. Should it be fine now? Either creating the user. This is the error that I'm type converting circular structure JSON starting. Sorry, forgot one thing. JSON.stringify from here, and handle submit line number this. So this is where I'm facing the issue. So JSON.stringify and name. This is what I'm passing it in the body. The last time I even asked AI as well regarding this, made a search. Should we stringify the body in using fetch? And if we have to, then how? So we have to stringify it, we have to send it like this. The question is, if we actually do that, correct implement content type application JSON, do I have to even send this? Let's see. Content, that should be the headers section. So headers content type application / JSON, and let me try to send it again and see what's gonna happen this time. Crazy stuff. Error creating the user, TypeScript converting circular structure to the JSON format. Circular structure to the JSON format. This is the error I'm getting for the first time. But I don't have to send it like this, rather it should be like this only. The name is gonna be this event.target.name. Name is gonna be equals to name should definitely be there. There's no way that I'm not gonna be having name. Yeah, what the hell? The name is actually an input box. I thought I would get the value like this. So name.target.value.name. How about like this? So if I just simply keep it the value here, that's if you're not gonna what I'm looking for. Send it. Interesting. So ultimately event.target, I'll have to check exactly what am I gonna be getting every time. So by default I get this whole form. I get the whole form. Interesting. Event.target. Okay, earlier I was using this method. Now the question is, how do we get the value from the form in React? How to get the values from the form in React? Get form React. This thing is done. Event.prevent default. Target 0.value, and this way you will be getting the things one by one. Target username.value. Even you can get it like this. From elements property, target.elements.username.value or event.target.username.value. It is possible to get like this as well. Let's see whether it works or not. So target.name.value. Let's see. Value does not exist. Do you mean value of? Give it a try at least. And you are getting the name. Interesting. So as I'm getting the name, so form HTML submit event, and at the end I'm getting the message as well, and then getting the user as well. And that's what I wanted, didn't I? Interesting. So this thing is done, and the question is, why am I not seeing anything here? Value, I know that does exist, so no need to tell me, but it will not agree. Okay. What will this return? Returns the primitive value of the specified object. Will it return me the same? Nope. So I need to have the value anyhow over here. And the question is this: keeping it anytime. For now, I think there could be some better ways to just simply get rid of this. Value is declared, but its values. I can ignore the types as well. Types. What is the way to just simply ignore? @TSIgnore. So we'll be just simply ignoring it. But I don't think this would be the best way. So let's simply know the reason behind it. Real quick, take the help of AI. If we can actually take the help of AI and learn these things, so why not? Tell me about this. typescript event.target. So correct way use event.target. Current target, that is the problem. So what do I have to do? Current target. Oh, the type inferencing this stuff. Form dot elements dot item named this as HTML dot value. Let me do one thing. Whatever it was earlier, target what and this as HTML input element current target. Gonna be getting the issue. Interesting, even if I'm getting. So what was the solution given by this? The solution was that, bro, do one thing, event.target, you will get the form. Once you got the form, so form.elements, get the elements, and then named item name, okay, as the HTML input item, then value. Okay, what is the next thing? Use state on change, and then from that you can directly get it. Yeah, that's right too. But I'm already using form, so let's not worry about this. And event.prevent a default react form event name no. So let's do one thing. From here I got this named item, that's gonna be name as this. Hopefully this is gonna be working. Named item, even this is gonna be crazy. Elements dot this. So let me make it simpler. Form is gonna be equals to what? Event dot current target, event dot current target, that's it. And apart from this particular thing, for getting the name, form dot let's simply get rid of this, form dot elements named item name as HTML input element dot value, and if name does not exist, is still getting this error. So let me make it a submit event HTML form element as well, so that I don't get this error. Okay, finally it looks a bit better. Next time onwards I'd better just simply use form state on change event. That would be great. Yeah, at least I will not get this issue at all. But okay, at the end ended up learning something new. And once I got this thing here, then I will definitely be getting the result. Once I got the result, just simply getting the things done. What else? So once this much is done, so coming back to this one, add this. New thing is gonna be added. I'm getting the result here. Where am I logging the result? Name is not quite needed here. As for the result, I'm logging the result over here. And what was I supposed to be doing here? I got the result here. Set users. I'm gonna be getting the current users and current users and result dot user. And apart from this particular thing, as soon as everything is done, I'm gonna be just simply set lol, I have to set it to empty value. मेरे तो यार लग गए. I have to set it to the empty value. What am I supposed to be doing now? The form that I have. Submit event. How to reset the form using the submit event? How to reset the form using on submit in React. इधर नहीं भाई. Form this. Okay. Subscribe this. कुछ तो मिल जा भाई. शुद्ध पे शुद्ध. Event this dot input dot value. This dot input dot value. This dot input dot value empty. This dot value stem. Will it work? Don't know. Should it? Let's try it. So I already have this. I mean form over here. Current target. And once I have the current target, so form dot as I already have the form. So why not trying this thing as well? That once I have the form, so form dot input that value this. Either creating the user. Cannot say the properties of undefined value. Yeah, that's obvious. So what is the next thing that I can do? The next thing is that this dot set dot state value is gonna be this. Form dot set state name is gonna be empty string. Probably this may work. Error. Form dot set state is not a function. Here submit. Okay, that's gone as well. So what is the next? If I were using on change, that would have been so easy. But let's learn something new. On submit event. Set value, set result. I have one more way in my mind. And you know what that is? Let me show you what I'm thinking of doing. I'm just simply gonna be having the value here. Const name, set name, use state, just like this. By default it's gonna be empty. I'm gonna be giving it the name, so value is gonna be name over here, and then it's gonna be nothing but the on change value is gonna be the name. Isn't that gonna be crazy? That is gonna be crazy. No, then this is not what I want. On submit value this dot ref dot is form dot reset. Can I call form dot reset here? I already have form. Can I call form dot reset? Oh, can it be called? Don't know, but if it does work, nothing could be better than this. That simply means I will not have to worry about anything else. Let's see. No. Oh, did work. Alrighty then. Let me empty my database. I messed it up with a lot. Continue, bro. Delete everything. Users. Right. What is the problem? Syntax at near one. Delete everything from this. Really? Public.users was this, right? Delete. This should be fine right now. Why am I facing this issue? I want to delete everything from users, so why am I not able to delete? Syntax error, the delete from public users. Okay, then simple Google search again. How to delete everything from PostgreSQL. Da 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 da. Na 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 na. Using PG, bro. Post this, delete all this. Delete from course. Where this? Okay, directly delete. Will it work directly? So if I don't include this, will it work? Turns out, yeah. So okay, no need to worry about anything. It does work. Delete from this table. It will be just simply deleting everything in one go. Okay, once everything is deleted, so by default, where is my main table page? This is how it looks like. I can have name like VIP added here. So VIP is added. Raj added here. Shyam added here. Hi added here. Bye added here. And this way it will just keep getting added. So overall, front end is ready, backend is ready. Building the image is yet to be done. Apart from this particular thing, that's it. No need to worry about anything else. Alrighty, great job. What is the next thing? The next thing is just simply building the image for this front end. The question is, how will I be building the image? First of all, that's just simply gonna be a normal image, and I will just have the important things that are important to be here and nothing else. Okay, apart from this particular thing, add user. Let me change this here. What is gonna be the front end URL? What is this gonna be, or what should it be? What do you think? Let me make it, because it's up to me, right? At the end, what am I gonna be making it? So I'm gonna be making it HTTP. Just HTTP or HTTPS. I can easily add the certificates, can't I? I will be using the load balancer. HTTPS can be added easily. So HTTPS, it is front end, and dot coding the code dot site slash this whatever. So KTH front end, this is gonna be the subdomain, and overall I know I'm hard coding the things. This is not the best thing, but honestly I don't know how to handle the environment variables in Kubernetes. So tomorrow I will learn that, and I will then know that. So this thing is that HTTP KTH front end coding the code dot site. This is how it's gonna be done. Great. Let me just build this. And again, for building this, I will have to do quite a lot of things. This is not done yet. So first of all, a normal Docker file that will be used for building this. And as I'm using bun over here, ain't I? Yeah, I'm using bun. So I will have to get the bun anyhow. So from o1/bun, and something like this I got it the last time. Docker file, can't I copy it from here? And can't I come back here and customize it as per my need? What is the problem here, by the way? Docker file, wow, great. Docker file, I was still thirsty, but okay, never mind. So from o1bun1 I got this, then workdiri. I copied everything from package.json to package.json. Let's see how many things I need here. That is also done. Apart from this particular thing, bun install, everything is already got installed. And apart from this particular thing, everything from app to app I will be getting from here. So app slash to this. I already have an app here. That's gonna be crazy. I mean, that's gonna be problematic. So in that case, it will not be inside app. I will have another app. That's crazy. So mm, what temp, not temp, yeah, this should be source, should be fine. Yeah, let's have it inside source. What else? So inside that, inside app I will have app, ts config, public. Do I need to have public? Am I using public thing stuff and all? mm, mhm. Next font Google. I'm using font. I forgot about the font and all, bro. I'm gonna be even removing these things from here. Ah, no, don't remove. This is important. Public, I don't really think I need it. So even if I delete this thing from here, I'm not gonna be getting any issue. Dot ignore file, not really important. Bun lock, not really. Next and all these things, I don't think they are required here. Next config file. But these things are gonna be important later. So let me have all the important things. So coming back to this one, ts config, no doubt required. And apart from this particular thing, cloud md remove, eslint, forget about that right now. And copy post css dot config dot mjs to the current directory. I'm gonna be copying everything whatever I think that is required. Later on, if I build this, I will not require all these things, but I'm not building this. That's again something I have to keep in mind. Building, then I will have to create a server to just simply expose that, or because I want to deploy it directly in my Kubernetes, so I'd better just simply keep it simple. Next dot config dot ts in the current directory. So I have my next config, I have my package, I have my post css config. I'm gonna be having my islint config mjs, and there could be definitely a better way than this as well, but okay, it is gonna be working. That's what matters at the end, nothing else. So this thing is done. Git ignore, not needed. Docker file, okay, that's fine. Then next, yes, all these things I already have. Overall things should be fine. And how can I check this? I can check this by running it, as simple as that, and then exposing it on 3000 and bun start this. That's fine. So should we do it? Sort of. Bun start. Start does not exist. Start does not exist. Bundle. Once start is here, so why wasn't it not working there? Never mind, for some reason. I already have dev here, right? So in that case, if I go to Docker file, let me make a dev. Sort of, it is gonna be just development stuff. Bun dev. Bun run dev. It actually still works. What else? And apart from this particular thing, anything else that I'm missing? Nothing else, at least what I think. So docker build Kubernetes frontend from the current directory. That's gonna be the tag, of course. I'm gonna be checking it, whether it actually works as expected or not. The frontend part, backend is okay, that will be fine, but not sure about this one. If I wanna run this inside a container, I can run it easily. That will be built. How long has it been? It's already 12 around. Gonna be ending this thing once I have checked this thing. Apart from this particular stuff, there are two things remain. There are the important things only remaining. That is just simply getting the things deployed on Kubernetes. Unfortunately, today it couldn't be done. I didn't think this would take this much time, but yeah, it took. What else? I don't wanna be awake. Because of being awake only, I just struggle with health issues recently, and don't want to struggle it again. Okay, Docker images. So I have this KTH frontend. Docker run. Port number is gonna be 3000 because that's the frontend. 3000 by 3000, and in the detached mode, name kit is frontend, and image is gonna be kit is frontend latest. Anything else? Docker run this should be fine. It's running. Let's go to localhost 3000. Oh yeah, let's see. Yeah, we are getting it. I know I will be getting the issues here because of course this is bad. One thing I forgotten. No, I haven't forgotten. If I just work correctly on this, it will start working. The another problem is that earlier I wanted to work on it locally, but right now if I want to work on it locally, it will not work for some reason. The reason is simple, that if I want to work on it locally, then I will have to replace the environment variable. So locally in the sense this way. So let's do one thing. First of all, let's work on it on a Kubernetes container, and once that is done, then we will work on it locally. Like I'll make it available locally as well. So let's simply work on the Kubernetes one, because the Kubernetes container is already created, and then I will definitely work on this particular setup. Okay. Okay, how long has it been, by the way? I don't even remember. It's been 3 hours. Great stuff. Can I do it really quick? Like deploying this stuff on Kubernetes. Most of the things are already done. It should not take a lot of time, like 20 minutes more probably, and it will be done. So let's get the Kubernetes setup done today, and the remaining things I'm gonna be focusing on tomorrow. So these two things I've already done. Backend, hopefully it will not take a lot of time. Okay, what is the next thing? Exit. Stop it. ls docker process status. So local control plane is running, PostgreSQL is running. Local control plane, really? Kind get clusters. Wow. Kind delete cluster is gonna be local. Kind get clusters. Docker process status. So I have PostgreSQL running. I have this frontend running. Docker kill kit is frontend right now. So this is also done. And apart from this particular thing, what else? Nothing else, bro. Docker process status. This is done. What is the next thing? K in the sense kubectl. So whenever I run K, just think of it as kubectl. K get nodes. As my Kubernetes is running on what? As my Kubernetes is running on AWS. So if we actually come back here, so on AWS this cluster is already running, and I started it when I started the live. So as soon as I started the live, it was already started, and that is why it is ready by now. So what is the next thing that I have to do? Interesting question. What is the next thing? And I'm gonna be making it quite quick. So I have this EKS, then I'm gonna be having a few things here. I'm gonna be having the front end. Inside this I will have frontend manifest.ml. I will be explaining exactly what am I gonna be doing here. Manifest.ml, and bro, you are supposed to be going inside this. Okay, that's great. Then I will have inside this I will have my DB. I think so. I will copy and paste code most of the things, because earlier I wanted to write from scratch, then it's already too late. I will explain exactly what they do, but they'll be copied and pasted. Manifest.ml. This thing is also done, and then lastly I will have backend. The thing is that inside my Kubernetes I have to start my frontend, I have to start my backend, I have to start my database as well, and that is why I'm gonna be creating 3 manifests file. Manifest, and inside that I will have just ML code, nothing else. So first of all, let's talk about this DB section. I think this is the one that I should be talking about first. And let's see, maybe I will have to change some of the things. Definitely I will have to change some of the things. So let's db.ml. Let me paste this code here. Okay, let's see. Are you sure this much is fine? Let me copy it directly from my main code, because I don't wanna spend lots of time thinking right now. Just simply wanna get the things done directly. Even after doing this much, I will have to configure a lot of things. So where could this be? Let's see if I can find it here today. So I think this is where I wrote the code the last time, and that was related to db config, right? So I hope that's the same and nothing is changed. So ultimately, yeah, overall things are fine in this particular case. So let's close this from here, like at least I'm gonna be copying the code from here only, whatever I pasted earlier. And let's see what am I doing here inside the not backend, yeah, cut front end, backend. I wanna go here, and it's already here. That's okay, fine, no problem as such. So what am I doing? That I'm gonna be creating a deployment. At the end of the day, every time I'm gonna be creating a deployment will be responsible for creating replica sets. Again, what are these things? If you watched my previous videos, or if you learned about Kubernetes somewhere or the other, you will understand. So, and ultimately I'm gonna be creating deployment will be responsible for creating replica sets, and at the end replica sets will be creating the pods will be responsible for running the container, and inside the container my database code will be running. So I hope it does make sense. Okay, so I'm just simply saying that a kind deployment, that's fine. Metadata db, and or let me do one thing. Everything's already written properly, so control C, control AV, and again the code is exactly the same. The metadata is named db, and db, what else could be the better name here? This is fine. Okay, replicas 1, that simply means I only want one replica of my database running. That simply means one pod will be running, and inside that particular pod there's gonna be a container will be running the image. Selector app, selector in the sense this replica, how will my replica, in the sense how will my replica set will be selecting the pod, and my replica set will be selecting the pod using this. So if I want to select my database, so database is gonna be selected like this. And the question is, when will I need to select the database? Interesting question. Do I even need to select my database? Probably in some cases. What are those cases be? I'll check it later, but okay, let's see when this particular stuff is gonna be needed. Selector db, mainly replica needs a selector so that it can select the pods as per the need. And it only needs to select the pods when it needs to the kind of create a group of them, similar pods and all. But let's see how it's gonna be useful here. Template metadata, this is fine. Okay, just simply giving it the label, so that's okay. I have already talked about this thing previously, so let's not talk about them much. Spec containers db, name is gonna be db, image is gonna be Postgres latest, Postgres is gonna be running here. Environment is gonna be name Postgres, password, value is gonna be Postgres 1234. That's okay, and container is gonna be this. Anything else that is missing here? For now this is fine. API version, kind, metadata db. Okay, this is where I'm creating the service. What is the service? Again, to be simple, service, there are three types of services. First one is the cluster IP, that is mainly used for internal networking. So you are just simply saying over here, kind is gonna be service, metadata is gonna be db. It could be db service actually. That would even be better. So metadata, what is the name of this service? The service name is database service. Service for the db, isn't it fine? Yeah, that's right, because this service will be exposing the database. So ultimately, what does this service does? It exposes the service in the cluster. So what happens ultimately? So here you will have, suppose here you have some code, I mean some database running, here you have some backend running. So ultimately now if you want to make them talk to each other, so at that time you need to expose them using services, and cluster IP is used only for that. So ultimately what is gonna be like, okay bro, let me, it's not gonna be understandable if I make it make you understand really quick, but okay, suppose this is the database that is running, and this database is running on port 5432 Postgres database, and if I want to expose it to the cluster so that other nodes can actually talk to it directly, and in that case I'm gonna be creating a service over here. This is the cluster IP service, and this service will be responsible for exposing it. Okay, I messed up, 5432, and this is gonna be the service CIV CVC SVC service, and ultimately this service will be responsible for exposing it in the sense it will just simply say that what all have I mentioned here, protocol TCP, that's fine, port number is this and target port number is this. It will just simply say that I'm exporting it on port 5432, and your target port is also 5432. The exposing part can be anything. So it's a target port, that means the port the database is running, that is already 5432, that is mentioned over there, and using this service this will be exported over here. So ultimately on the node it is exported. Similarly on this particular node some things are gonna be exported, kind of exposed, and now as the things are directly exposed on the node, so node can just simply talk to each other, as simple as that. But because earlier it was inside the container, so as it was inside the container, so of course inside what used to happen here, you had the top level node, inside the node you had the pod, inside the pod you had the containers, so inside the containers everything was running, so of course you cannot talk to the container directly. So on that node that needs to be exported, right, that needs to be exposed. So I have exposed using the service. Once it has been exposed, then other nodes they can just directly talk to it, as simple as that. And apart from this particular thing, if I'm not wrong, these services make sure that they are actually able to talk. So how will they be able to talk? That is again a question, that how will you make sure that these nodes are actually able to talk to each other? That's interesting. And just a minute, I think this needs to be done here. Name this metadata DB service, and just a minute, I will be back to the previous topic right now. But coming back to this one, when I'm creating the service metadata, name is gonna be DB service. So ultimately the service name is gonna be DB service. Port protocol TCP, port number 5432. It will be running on 5432 port, and the service itself will be running on 5432 port. That's right. And the target port is gonna be 5432, and the type is gonna be cluster type, and that is okay. I was talking about how will it be exported. So once something is already exposed on the node, so node there is something called kube proxy, if I'm not wrong, that is responsible for making it connect. I'm not quite sure, I will even be knowing more about it exactly, but there is some kind of internal networking, and I think cluster IP does that internal networking part. So it does two things. First of all, it makes sure that everything is exposed on a port from where it's easily accessible, and then cluster IP gets some internal networking done, kind of gives them internal IPs, and on the basis of that thing they are able to just simply connect to each other. Having said that, this is something that I'm gonna be exploring more in future, but overall cluster IP, this is the main job of the cluster IP. Cluster IP is mainly used for making the nodes available to talk to each other. Okay, and this way just simply gets the job done. So ultimately it is definitely handled by cluster IP only. Okay, and this much I've done, and apart from this particular thing, hopefully everything is gonna be working fine. A few things are missing here, that I have just provided the image name, DB, and replicas database, that's fine. Postgres password, this I could have provided few more things here. like name is actually gonna be but I'm not sure this is even not needed here. So I'm gonna be knowing more about it in future, and I will be getting the things done. Once I provide just the password, that's gonna be sort of enough. And I have the password over here. I will have the local host, and password local host having these things should be enough, right? To just simply get the things done. So alrighty, this thing is done. Apart from this particular thing, I'm gonna be having my backend here, and inside the backend I will have to change a few things. But okay, let's simply have it here directly first of all. So from the backend, this is the one. Again, I need to export the backend as well. So what am I doing? Again, backend, frontend, and your database, all of them needs to be exported. So what is gonna be the overall flow here? That I have my suppose backend here. I will have my frontend here. Similarly, I will have one more. I'll have one more kind of node here. I will have one more node over here. So suppose this one contains the database, this one contains the front end, this one contains the backend, and this is gonna be the reverse proxy one. So ultimately, at the end of the day, main requests are gonna be coming to this one. So I'm gonna be sending all the requests to this one, and this one will be responsible for forwarding the request to the respective node. So it will get the main request, and it will forward the request to this, or to this, or to this. And again, it depends on the configuration, exactly what kind of data it got. So if you have used Nginx, so you must have the idea exactly how it works and all. As for right now, I'm just simply gonna be getting the things done really quick. Let's talk about the backend. Again, just as like earlier, I'm gonna be creating the deployment over here. Initially, I talked about something called namespace. So what is the use of namespace? Namespaces are used for nothing but what is that thing called? Categorizing your team, categorizing your APIs. So ultimately, if you have deployment, if you have your replica sets, if you have your pods, so if you want to categorize them, that okay, these pods belong to the backend team, these pods belong to the front end team, these pods belong to the DevOps team. So ultimately, you can just simply categorize them, and once categorized, you can just simply say that earlier you were writing like this, that kubectl get pods. Right now, if you want to, first of all, you will add the this is the way to just simply create the namespaces. And if you want to add the namespace, so you can just simply add it here. So whenever you are creating the deployment, so namespace backend team, you can just simply add the namespace over here. And next time, if you want to get the pods, so instead of writing this kubectl get pods, just simply say n, and suppose you want to get the pods of backend team. So this way you will be just simply getting this getting this backend team. That's wrong, spelling is wrong. Okay, so this is how, again, it's too late ultimately, and explain the things will be really hard for me, at least right now. So let me get the things done really well, and tomorrow I will make sure that I'm going through each and everything and explaining the things properly. Okay, so by the way, what is namespace? I've already talked about this. You can create the namespace like this. Kind is gonna be namespace, metadata is gonna be name backend team. This is the namespace for the backend team, or I can say backend team namespace. Okay, this is fine. And then API version, here I'm creating the deployment, same deployment, backend name is the backend, and namespace is gonna be backend team. This is just the namespace for this particular deployment. So all the deployment, replica set spots, they will have the same namespace. Spec is gonna be 2 replicas. So for backend I have 2. Okay, that's great. And match labels apps backend. Okay, ultimately this replica will be just simply selecting the, oh, that was needed even there. I know why this was required here earlier. First of all, let me copy it all, and let me be back here. So I was just simply saying that over here I added this inside services. Well, it still does not make any sense. Never mind, I'll be back here later. So I have this namespace over here, and then a kind deployment metadata backend, that is okay. This much we have already discussed. Spec, I want 2 backend replicas, ultimately 2 pods I want to be running. Match labels, on the basis of this label, my replica set will be recognizing the what? the pods, because needs to create a set of similar pods, a set of those pods which have the same labels, so that it can distribute or balance the load, and that is why it needs to recognize them. And even if suppose one container crashes or something, so it will be just simply respawning that, it will be recreating that, and that is why it needs to make sure that if everything's running or not, and if in order to check that, it needs to make sure that where they are, how many they are, something like that. Template metadata labels backend, okay, that's fine. And containers, again these are the things that we have already talked about earlier quite in detail. And spec containers, namespace backend, so this is gonna be the backend. Unstoppable the code, by the way this is not gonna be the one. What is gonna be the backend image name? The backend image name is gonna be, for now it is a backend, that's what we named it, right? Latest we can keep it here. This was the name of the image that we had. And ports 3000, the backend will be running on port 3000. That is okay, the backend can be running on port 3000. And then we are creating the services. We have to export backend as well as inside the internal networking. So the thing is that using cluster, what we are doing by default, this is the port, this is the node, this is the node, this is the node, this is the node. They are not exposed. That simply means one node cannot talk to each other. Using cluster proxy, what am I doing? I'm making them to just simply talk to each other. Okay, so how am I especially making them talk to each other? So I'm just simply saying that creating one more service. The service name is gonna be backend service. This will be used for exposing the backend. It belongs to the namespace backend team. Belongs to the namespace backend team, so it has the same namespace as well, that's fine. And then selector is gonna be app backend, and that is gonna be nothing but the label. Why am I giving it the same label here? Service, if service has the same label, Replicaset will be able to recognize this, that is for sure. And apart from this particular thing, if when it comes to the DB section here, I give it the DB service. So that was the selectors, I should not have given it. App is gonna be DB over here, name is gonna be DB service, that is fine. And this app is nothing but this same label, so whatever label it has over here, the same label it has too. And this is mainly gonna be for selecting the things. So why do we even need to select? And I think service needs to select the pods so that it can apply the, oh yeah, how can I forget that? Sorry, such a bad thing. Why do we have services? Services are mainly for exposing the pods, exposing the nodes, right? As simple as that, so that they can just simply talk to each other. But how will the service recognize that I have to apply the effects on these pods only? For that thing, it needs to have this selector over here. Otherwise, there's no way to just simply find the things, right? So this is how it's gonna be going on, and it has this selector. That simply means I need to set this label over here. If I don't set this label, that's gonna be problematic. So yeah, this is how I'm just simply gonna be going on. Metadata, everything is already done. Hopefully, if something's wrong already, I'm gonna be getting the error. Coming back to this one, namespace got created, API version, kind, metadata, backend team, specs to replicas, selectors app, and labels, backend, containers, unstoppable the code. I have to make sure that this is the same name that my image has. And API version, kind, service, metadata, backend service, Is it a good name? I think so. I mean, at least it gives me the sense of being a service. Then it belongs to the same team, backend team. So ultimately, this service belongs to the same team. That's fine. And because at the end of the day, there are gonna be many services. So if you don't give it the proper namespace, then it will be hard to just simply find that. And it's better to just simply categorize that using a namespace. Then inside the selector, I'm just simply saying that it will be selecting the backends. That simply means this service will be applied on all the pods that has backend as a label, as simple as that, and app backend as a label. and ports are gonna be TCP. It will be running on port 3000. That simply means my backend will be running on port this service will be running on port 3000, and it will be targeting what is gonna be the target port, that means containers port, that's gonna be 3000. So that's simple. This service is running on 3000 port, and again inside the node only, and that is it, nothing else. So this thing is also done. Lastly, I will have one more thing, that's gonna be frontend.ml, and it turns out that I already have that, right? I have to make some changes here inside the frontend.ml, because this is not gonna be exactly the same. So let's make some changes here too, never mind. And again, three things. The backend, suppose this is the backend, this is the front end, this is the database. All of them are gonna be exposed so that they can just simply talk to each other. Probably front end needs to talk to the backend. Front end does not need to talk to the database, but okay, if it is already exposed. And all of them need to talk to this reverse proxy, so that reverse proxy can decide which one do I need to send the request to. Okay, let's talk about this front end part here. I will go through it, definitely go through it tomorrow as well, but right now I just want to get it done. So API version namespace, this metadata, here I'm gonna be creating another namespace. Why am I creating it? For categorizing this stuff, and that's it. Categorizing it, nothing else. So front-end team is the just namespace over here. On the basis of this thing, I will be able to find them. API version v1 deployment and metadata front-end namespace front-end team, that's fine. Replicas, 2 replicas, not really. When it comes to front-end, I just want only one front-end to be running. As for right now, selector and match labels front-end, okay, that's fine. I've already talked about all these things. The front-end will be running on port. This is just for the description purpose. I'm running this over here that I should not be running. So unstoppable the folder / k is front-end. This was the front-end latest, right, image. Again I will have to push it to the Docker, that's another case, but this is gonna be the image name at the end. And again, if it changes, we'll change it here as well. API version, this is where we are creating the service will make sure that front end is exposed, and name is gonna be front end service, so that I know this is a service front end. It will be selecting all the ports having the app front end label, and the front end will also be running on port 3000, and it will be, earlier I was running HTTPD, right now I'm gonna be running the pure front end, that is again gonna be running on port 3000. So front end will be running on port 3000. I'm gonna be exposing it on port 3000. The question is, bro, you are exposing your, suppose this is the backend, you are exposing your backend on port 3000, you are exposing your front end on port 3000. How is this even happening? And the answer is pretty simple, that my front end and backend both are running on different nodes. So suppose this is the one of the node, okay, this is one of the node. Because they are different nodes, that simply means they have different port numbers. That simply means it can run on the same ports. I hope it does make sense. By the way, don't worry, if you have any doubt, I will explain it, but not now. I wanna get it done. Coming back to this one, target port is gonna be port 3000. This port number is TCP, protocol TCP. And am I missing something? Okay, so three things are being exported normally. There is one last thing, that is this reverse proxy, and this will be using the load balancer, because I have written the code for the front end, I've written the code for the back end, I've written the code for the database, and even all of them are using the cluster IPs. So what is the use of cluster IP? Cluster IP is making them exposed inside the cluster itself, so that they are able to talk to each other. Now I need one more, and that is called reverse proxy. And what will this reverse proxy do? First of all, this reverse proxy will be creating a node, and that node will be exposed to the load balancer, to the external world. So ultimately it will be exposed outerly, how to say this thing, it will be exposed externally, so that ultimately you will be using load balancers over here. Load balancers in the sense you will be getting a DNS, that particular service is provided by that particular cloud provider. So if you are using AWS or DigitalOcean or Vultr, nothing, I mean, depends on you. So ultimately that particular cloud provider will be providing you the load balancer service as well. So let me have it here for the last time, and this is gonna be the last thing. So that's gonna be reverse proxy if I'm not wrong. So reverse proxy / manifest dot ml. So far we have been exposing the files directly inside the cluster. So using cluster IP, you've been exposing the files inside the client, like cluster itself, so that they can talk to each other. But right now, using reverse proxy, I'm gonna be exporting the files outside the cluster, so that I can just simply make the clients just simply send the request. Okay, first of all, this thing, interesting stuff. We are creating a config map. What is the config map? It is nothing but it just simply tells you that if the request comes here, then send it here, and that's it, nothing else. So it is just kind of a map, as simple as that. So config map, metadata is gonna be next config, okay, next nginx config, and what is data is gonna be something like this. So you are gonna be getting the data over here, and you must have seen this, right? So if that's gonna be HTTP request, and inside the server the request always comes on port 80. One more thing, bro. SSL certificate. I'm gonna be using load balancer. So as I'm using load balancer will have the SSL certificate. So that will sort of be okay, or will that be or not? I don't think adding SSL certificate will be better here, because if I'm actually adding the SSL certificate, so it will not be able to redirect the things from here. HTTP will not work. So I'd better just simply keep the on the front end side. For now, I'm gonna be just simply keeping it HTTP. I will not add the SSL certificate. But maybe after learning exactly how it's actually done, how SSL certificates are actually added in Kubernetes, I will just add this. Right now it will be problematic. Problematic in the sense I'm using nginx over here, and as I'm using nginx. So if I'm actually adding SSL certificate using the load balancer, let it be this much, and this is the front end part, right? From the front end side you are making a request to the backend. So this is kind of gonna be, this request is gonna be going to the backend, and then from the backend side you are gonna be getting the result. So if you are sending this, yeah, I think this much should be fine. By the way, this, if I'm adding the certificates will be ultimately what will happen, load balancer will be getting the request on HTTPS, it will be forwarding it to the HTTP. So this should be sort of okay. If we get the error, we'll figure it out, but okay, this should be fine. Okay, so this much is done. So what should I be doing now? The next thing is, let's understand this thing that I have written over here. Not I have written, I have copied and pasted, but let me explain. So it just simply says that if the request comes on K's backend coding the code dot site, forward the request to this. By the way, this is, what is this? This is nothing but the domain name plus the subdomain plus domain name. I will be creating them. But K's backend coding the code dot site, is this enough? Yeah. If the request actually comes to this one, so what do I have to do? HTTP backend. What is this? This is the backend deployment deployment name. Yeah. So backend deployment, then the namespace. So this is the deployment name. This is the namespace name. Service cluster local. So ultimately, what does this much code do? It just simply returns me the ID of like IP address of the particular node, I can say. So I have many nodes, and using this, what is the first thing? I have even saved it in my notes. So if I actually come back here, I hope I will be able to find this. Yeah. So the first part is the service name. Oh, sorry, not the service name. Service name. Service. What am I doing here? Mainly service names are used for exposing them to the nodes, right? So ultimately, we have used service IPs over here. So if we actually have a look over here, so we have used the cluster IPs, right? And where did I mention this type? Inside the services. So ultimately, services are being responsible for making the front end, making the back end, making the database being exposed so that they can talk to each other. So ultimately, whatever name we are mentioning here, which name I'm talking about? I'm talking about this particular name, front end service that I have mentioned over here. Okay, I will have to change it over back in there as well. So this is the front end service I have mentioned over here. Apart from this particular thing, if I go to my database, so inside my database I have mentioned DB service here. If I go to my backend, inside my backend I have mentioned backend service here. So that's the first part, is the service name, and then the namespace, exactly what kind of namespaces does everything have. So they have the same name, backend team, I mean depending on their team, whether that is front end team, backend team, database team and all. So what am I gonna be doing here? Coming back to this, I hope this is the one, DB reverse proxy. Where is that? Here it is. So first of all, the first part is gonna be the what, service name. So it should be backend service this time, because again it is confusing, and that is why I just thought of changing it. So HTTP backend service, and inside backend service, first of all it has to select the backend service. Ultimately, using this much, it will be getting the IP address of the node. How will it be able to get the IP address? It is already the service. It also knows the backend, like this particular team it belongs to. So using that, it can definitely find the IP address. And again, service was the one that exposed it. So service already knows the IP address, right? As simple as that. So backend service, and this is the service dot backend team. Backend team in the sense this particular team it belongs to. SVC, again I'm using service over here. It stands for that. Cluster.local, it will be just simply gonna be giving me the local IP address and all, and it will be running on port 3000. So what is this? The backend part. Backend is running on the port 3000. What is this part? This part is nothing. It is actually equivalent to localhost, right? So in our main, when we run the things during development, we just say localhost over here. And this thing sort of does the same thing. It gives us the local address and all, nothing else. Okay, I hope it does make sense. First one is the service, second the team, SVC cluster.local. Same I'm gonna be doing over here as well. Okay, it is DB, and I'm not really gonna be exposing the DB here anymore. So let's simply get rid of this. This is not needed. I was earlier exposing the database. I'm just gonna be exposing the front end. So okay, it is front end coding the code.site. Is this fine? Yeah. So this is gonna be front end service actually. Do I need to expose that in the reverse proxy? I don't think so. So front end service, front end team, and SVC cluster.local. I'm gonna be getting the address of the front end, and once I have that, colon 3000. And again, I'm able to use this colon 3000 over here, and I'm able to use colon 3000 over here. Both of them are running on different ports. That is why. Okay, so this should make sense, and that is it. Apart from this particular thing, I have the service at the end, and but the first of all deployment for that Ingress. Again, this is not the exact one, but this is just the name. Don't worry about this. It works like Ingress. What it does, it just simply gets the request and forwards it. Okay, so first of all I have deployment, metadata is gonna be Ingress, replicas I just want only one, select labels, app is gonna be Ingress. Over here I'm just simply giving it the same. Container, what is gonna be the container name is gonna be Ingress. At the end it is running nothing but the Nginx, so you should already know Nginx. Container port is gonna be port 80. Let's not worry about these two things here. Ultimately what it is doing, it is just simply saying that there's gonna be a volume over here, Nginx config, this is just the name, and config map will be Nginx config. It will be this particular part. So this Nginx config that I have created at the top, this is the Nginx config that I created. That's the same Nginx config that it will be using here. So it is just simply saying that I will have a volume called this, and when it comes to config map, I will be using the config map mentioned at the top. So it's gonna be just simply using that, and it will be even mounting that. And what it says that I have the volume right now. Once I have the volume, I'm gonna be saving the volumes info inside the next image, because if you are running Next.js, so inside not Next.js, Nginx. So if you have ever worked with Nginx, so you must have seen that inside etc, inside Nginx config, nginx.config, you just add this reverse proxies related rules over there, right? Configuration over there, and that's what it is saying, that I already have the volume from where, from the top, from Nginx config map that I have created. Once I got the volume, I'm gonna be just simply making sure that mounting path is gonna be this inside the Nginx image, and the sub path is gonna be Nginx config. So nginx config, it's gonna be getting it from the top if I'm not wrong. Let's go to the top. How is it gonna be getting this nginx.config subpath? Okay, that is the subpath, this one. So volume mounts nginx config. So ultimately what it is saying, if I'm not wrong, but simply said, I will be digging deeper into it. This is the volume that I have, and inside this volume, using the config map, I already got the value of nginx config, and inside this now I have the value of nginx config. So I'm just simply saying that I already have the value of nginx config. So let's do one thing, /etc/nginx. Inside this, the value of this is gonna be there. So mount path is gonna be this one, and subpath nginx config. That simply means probably what, I'm not really sure, but maybe this is the local path that I have. From here it is gonna be the value is gonna be saved over there, or probably nginx config, this is gonna be the mounting path, and subpath what it does, I'm not sure. Okay, I will be just knowing more about it tomorrow, exactly how, I mean what is the use of this subpath over here. One thing is clear, nginx config already has the value of the next nginx configuration, and it will be just simply mounting the whole configuration over here. That's fine too. As for this subpath, let's see, we'll figure it out tomorrow. It's not over yet. Even tomorrow I have to go through all the things, and then here I'm creating the service. This will be exposing it to the external world. So API v1 service meta, this is gonna be Ingress service. Let's simply name it like this, and app is gonna be access protocol 8080. All the services, by the way, it is gonna be getting the request on port 80. It is gonna be a load balancer, yes or no? And that's right, that simply means it will be running on port 80. The load balancer, there are gonna be two things. First of all, it will be referencing to what, this is the service that is gonna be making a request to the reverse proxy, this particular app that I have, ultimately deployment that I have. So it is just simply saying that this service will be running on port 80, and this will be making a request to port 80, ultimately this particular pod where nginx is running. Okay, so ultimately this is how it's gonna be happening. I know it's confusing, I'm not even explaining the things well, but first of all let me make it run well, and then I'll spend time explaining this stuff. So this particular thing is done. Apart from this particular thing, anything else remaining? No. Can I run it now? Probably. Okay, so one thing is also missing right now, that is I have changed the name here. So inside database, where am I using the database? I'm using the database inside the backend, right? So index.ts, this database, earlier I had this time it should be db service default, database is gonna be default. Yeah, that's right. So how about this over here? It has the db service, it has the selector app default. So it does have a selector, but it doesn't have any namespace. So that is why it's gonna be, if something doesn't have any namespace, so that will belong to the default namespace by default. So this is how it just simply goes on. So inside my backend, I'm just simply saying that here db service is gonna be the service default. It is the namespace. So ultimately it has the default space, default namespace. There are like backend team, frontend team, they are the namespaces. Default is also the namespace. So if nothing belongs to them, that simply belongs to this default. So db service sbc cluster local, that's fine, and this should be fine. By the way, the password should be postgres1234 right now. I changed this, and kts db, that's okay. I don't even need to mention this thing over here when I'm actually trying to connect. Rather, if I'm actually trying to connect here, the name is gonna be Postgres by default. The default database. It's okay. By default, the database is gonna be like this as well, or I can add this as well inside the database. I don't know whether I add the name here. This is gonna be even fine or not, but let's see. Name is gonna be. How did I add it earlier? Postgres database value KDB. Is this right? Not sure about this thing, because ultimately this is something I'm using for the first time. So, or let me do one thing. By default, it already creates a database. Let me take the help of AI in this particular case. The thing is that when it comes to Postgres, so by default it already creates a database, right? It already creates a database in the sense it creates a database called Postgres. So if you actually have a look over here, so not this one, this Postgres database was already created, right? The another one. So let's go with that. Later in the future I will, but as I have this opportunity, so why not just simply know it. Is this the right way to create? Is this the right way to name the database here? But there's a small mistake. This is not very environmental, blah blah blah. Okay. So PostgreSQL, not database. So ultimately it should be like this: PostgreSQL database. Interesting. Okay, I think it will be better than this. Alrighty then, let's name it here. This. This should be like this. So ultimately this particular database is gonna be created. That's fine, not really a big problem. But apart from this particular thing, there could be one more way. The database, Postgres database automatically gets created. So instead of doing it like this, let me make sure that it's gonna be added to the PostgreSQL. Postgres, just like this. So database is gonna be this 5432. Apart from this particular thing, remaining things are fine. This is gonna be the local host. User is gonna be this, password is gonna be this database, and that is it. So this is how I'm gonna be going ahead with the things. And right now let me create the proper images so that I can just simply push them to the Docker hub. So Docker build, first of all I'm gonna be building what? KDH. Docker build tag is gonna be unstoppable.coder. You need to add this tag. That's gonna be KDH DB. I don't need to create the image of the database. Do I need to? Not really. Postgres is already there. Backend and slash backend slash, where do I have to go? Backend slash everything. So everything inside the backend. Yeah, let's do it. So everything inside the backend, that's already done. Docker build tag unstoppable the coder slash frontend KDH frontend, and I better add the proper name as well. That's gonna be problematic, but okay, this is gonna be the latest version, so no problem with this as such. And dot, I have to go to the frontend section, frontend slash this, or this should be fine as well. Hopefully it will not be problematic, as long as it is able to find the right stuff. Okay, it will build the image, Docker images. So I have these two images that I have built, and they are gonna be pushed right now. So Docker push unstoppable backend, latest push it, This will be pushed to the what Docker hub. I don't have any water to have. That's insane. Literally the worst thing ever. But okay, never mind. This particular thing is done. Docker push unstoppable frontend. This will also be pushed. And there could be some possibility that I have to just it would be hard to just debug it. Wouldn't you think so? Probably. Let's see. It won't be impossible to debug anyway. Even if it's hard. It's quite big one. Okay, apart from this particular thing, let me start some other things. Starting in the things, even if I'm starting them, the backend, not DB will be using Postgres. The backend will be using unstoppable the coder KTS backend latest, this particular image, and the frontend will be using unstoppable the coder KTS frontend. So I need to have them there, and then only I can just simply start them, right? So has it been pushed? Oh, quite quick. Thank you. Okay. I wish I had some water nearby. I can't leave. My room is away. Next time onwards, I'll keep in mind that I have some water beside me. My room is near. The water source is away. Okay. So this much I've done. What is the next thing? The next thing is pretty simple. Let's go to Oops or DevOps, of course. And first of all, what to do? Let's start the database. So K stands for kubectl. K apply. K means kubectl. Keep in mind. K apply. The file name is gonna be db/manifest.ml. Started. K apply, and file name is gonna be backend manifest.ml. Started to K apply frontend manifest.ml. Started to, and lastly I need to start reverse proxy. K apply file name reverse proxy manifest.ml. I think this is it. Everything I've started. So if I say Docker process status, I'm just getting not Docker process status, sorry. That's why kget nodes. I have these nodes right now. Okay, they were already running. Kget pods. If I just simply say it, I am getting only two things. I am getting my database, I am getting my Ingress. Ingress in the sense the default Ingress that I created. They are the default ones. They don't have any namespace. Now if I want to get the pods related to my frontend, so what will I have to do? Kget pods namespace frontend team. So this way I will have to mention that I want to get the namespace pods of the frontend. So this is the pod of the frontend. One frontend pod is running, and kget pods. Similarly, I have backend team. So namespace is gonna be backend team. So on the backend, I have two pods running, and all of them are running well. Fortunately, but unfortunately, let me check out the logs. So first of all, kget pods, not odds. Kget pods. I'm gonna be checking the logs of my database. So kget k logs. I'm gonna be checking the log of this. Database is ready except connections. Database is sort of ready. That's great. Okay. Kget pods. Kget pods. Backend team. Kget k logs of the backend team. Let me check exactly how are the backends running. Error not found. Pods. Okay. K logs, this much is not enough. I'll have to make sure that this belongs to the backend team, otherwise it will not be able to find that. So backend team, it is running on port 3000. So is everything fine? Probably. K get SVCH services. So I have this service running, DB service that I create, that is the default service. Then Ingress service, that is mainly responsible for using load balancer, and it is what? I am using HTTPS in my front end. I'm still wondering regarding that if I'm using HTTPS, so whenever I'm gonna be sending a request from the front end side, hopefully it will be able to, there's high chances that it will be able to handle. Okay, I'm using this load balancer over here, and because of that thing I even got this particular I got this DNS, and if I just simply enter it here, so let's see what am I gonna be getting. This is the DNS that will be returning me the first value, and probably it's gonna be returning what if I just simply search /users. User faces successfully, there are no users. So ultimately whatever comes first on my database, ultimately in my configuration config map, so in my config map I had this first backend related code, and that is why backend file is being rendered there. That simply means everything is working fine. That's a good thing. Like if you are not writing everything from scratch, so suppose a bit copying and pasting stuff, and especially if you understand, there's high chance that there's gonna be no mistake. But okay, never mind, leaving that particular thing behind. I'm not even sure whether the whole code is correct or not. So let's do one thing. What is the next thing now? If I go to my AWS right now, and let me go to the load balancer first of all, because I have created the load balancer. I even got the DNS, domain name service, but I need to make sure that that load balancer has the certificate enabled. And apart from that particular thing, yeah, let's see what else. Now the question is, which one is that? The load balancer which has this particular URL. What is the URL? This one, 79C855. Let me check that. So is this the load balancer? And am I on the load balancer? Nope, I'm on the instance load balancer. There was only one load balancer, I think. Yeah, here it's only one load balancer, and this is the one, 78C855. Okay, what am I supposed to be doing here? Let's click on listeners, manage listeners. I'm gonna be adding a TCP already added. I don't even want to add this, so let me just simply remove this as well. I'm gonna be adding one that's gonna be requesting, getting the request on HTTP. That's gonna be problematic. 443. Okay, I will have to change a few things, but okay, never mind. The request will be going to HTTP AD. So my main load balancer that will be getting the request on port 443, and will be forwarding the request to port 80. Interesting. Coming back to this one, right now my reverse proxy, I have mentioned that it gets the request over here. Will it be problematic here? Load balancer gets the request, it forwards to this. So ultimately load balancer, the load balancer that I have, it will be getting the request at this, will be forwarding it to that. That's okay, not a problem. And of course I need to add the certificate. I already have the certificate, I'm just simply saving it here. How the certificates are created, I have discussed in past. So HTTPS 443, and HTTPS to HTTP 80 port. 80 port in the sense Nginx is running over there, that should be fine. Let's simply save it. And there's one last thing remaining, that is adding the proper subdomains to that. So let me go to this, copy this particular DNS name, and let's go to Hostinger. Hostinger. Let's click on my account. I think everything's as planned, but there could be possibility that I missed something, and then I will have to correct that. Let's click on this coding DNS name servers. I already have these things here, K8s backend, but the thing is that let me delete them. And why I'm gonna be deleting them? Mainly because they are not the exact ones that I need. Their value was different. So let me click on CNAME. Let me paste the value here, and the first one is gonna be K8s frontend. That's the one. Let me save it. And second one is nothing but K8s backend. I think these two things I need. K8s backend, and let's simply paste the same thing here. So ultimately, the DNS is gonna be the same. Two different subdomains are gonna be referencing to that, and then my nginx file will be just simply separating the request, like okay, this you should go to this or you should go to that. Backend I have, frontend I have. Once this is done, that is it. From this side I'm done. Let me go to DNS checker here and see whether they are working fine or not. So many things are open here. My browser is even hanging. Interesting. Control W. I hope it will not just close. My browser is hanging or my PC started. Control W. Control W. Just close everything, bro. I don't want anything else. So many things were open here. Okay, this much is fine. Hostinger is already done. So DNS checker. Let me check the DNS whether they are active or not. So what? K8 is HTTP /s K8 is backend dot coding the code dot site. Let's check this thing. Yeah, overall it seems to be fine. How about the front end? Front end dot coding the code site. Front end also seems to be alright. Am I gonna be getting the result? Okay, who knows? HTTPS K8 is front end dot coding the code dot site. Congratulations. I think it usually takes some time, so let's not worry about this one whether we are getting some result here or not. It usually takes some time to just simply set the hosting. Takes some time to set up the DNS and all, so we should be waiting for it at least for 10 minutes or something. Then we can decide whether it is actually right or not. By the way, this should be overall always right, so there is no problem from this side. If there's any problem, there is a problem from the code side itself, so we will be even knowing more about it. But right now we are not definitely getting any we are definitely not getting any result. So apart from this particular thing, then what do we have to do? Checking it. What else? Alrighty, so what do we have to check? Ingress, the main request comes there. So Docker logs, not Docker logs. So this is the Ingress service that I have, and get pods. So this is the Ingress pod I have, and it just simply gets the request first of all. So k logs, this is gonna be the default one, and I'm gonna be following it, and let's see whether I'm gonna be getting some requests here or not. Send it. Did I get any request? Not really. If I send the request directly using this, will I get? Turns out I'm still not getting. Interesting. Right now, of course, that's not enabled. I've disabled that. How can I forget that? In order to get the request, I will have to enable it from here. So if I go to the load balancer, if I click on listener, I'll actually have to enable it. So enabling it in the sense, I want to get a TCP request on port 80, wanna forward it to the TCP port 80, and this should be fine. Right now as it is enabled, so if I just simply send the request, it will be able to make a request to the database, and I should be getting some logs here. That's it. Hopefully it should work. It's still reloading. This is insane. Why isn't it working now? This was the load balancer, and as for the security, everything was already added in bound groups. It is just simply kind of enabling only HTTP. I have to even enable HTTPS. Well, this was the thing that was missing, so I have to enable HTTPS as well. 443 and save the rules. By the way, this should be 000 from anywhere. Save it. So this is also enabled. The question is that why am I not getting the result over here? Insane, but should be fine. HTTPS I have, HTTPS I have. It is gonna be getting from everywhere. That's okay. Save the rules, cancel it. Coming back to this DNS load balancer, copy the DNS. And the last time when I clicked on this, I was getting the result. Wasn't I? Yeah, I was getting. That simply means few changes I made and everything got disrupted. Great job. Why am I not getting the result here? The thing is that this is not able to hit what? This is not able to hit the ingress itself. Ultimately, pre-made ingress, self-made ingress. Get pods, get SVCs, SVC. This was the overall URL that I got, DNS. Is there any difference between the URL? Not really. The question is that why am I not able to hit it? This is gonna be the HTTP, probably. TCP on this 32.331, listens on port number 80, not getting the any result as such. Coming back to this one, listener, certificate, what is this? Certificate manager issued. That was mainly because of the certificate. Okay, fine. TCP port number 80, TCP port number 80. Let me add one more thing, HTTP port number 80 and then TCP port number 80. This should also be fine. You may not have the duplicate ports. Okay, let's simply remove it. What else? HTTP 443. This should also be fine. Still not getting. Why am I getting this 0? The result should definitely be here. Get pods, get logs from this particular ingress, and initially I did get some requests here, and then I stopped for some reason. Interesting. Let's have it in the follow mode, and I want to check whether I'm getting some results here or not. In that case, this is definitely not able to send the request, mainly because disallowed that for some reason from somewhere. Coding the code dot, forget about the users, let's simply send the request. How about the front end part? Am I gonna be getting the front end part or not? So https://kth frontend dot coding the code dot site, and this is gonna be the main page. I think I'd better just simply dig deeper into it tomorrow. This is gonna be taking a lot of time in this way. Insane. What did I stop? Let me scale. And what do I want to scale? Scale deployment. And this time Ingress. Replicas are gonna be 0 for now. Replicas 0. Arey bhai, replicas done. And after that replicas are gonna be 1 again. I'm just simply restarting the Ingress one more time. So replicas back to 1. So this much is done. Let's see how it's gonna be going on. So get pods. So this is running right now, as it is in the running state. So get svc. I'm gonna make this particular URL from here, as I have this URL. Strange that I'm not able to make a request right now. Why? Get pods backend things. Initially it was fine, yeah. I just changed some of the things. I should have checked them well. I have another way. It's not like this was the only one way, but okay. Get logs. Logs. This, of course, I need to mention backend team here. Server is running on this, no errors as such. So why am I not getting any result here? So I have only one way, and that is delete deployment dot apps / ingress. So delete apps, ultimately this is gonna be deleted. I will have to restart it again. What else? So it is deleted. So get svc. I will not be able to that is still available. Apply f, then reverse proxy manifest docker get pods. It's quite running right now. Let's try this thing again. Copied, pasted, changing the whole load balancer DNS doesn't really make any sense. I think that does make sense because that's what I changed. There was something here initially and I changed that. It was TCP to TCP, 80 to 80. It would have been HTTP to HTTP. Probably HTTP to TCP. Okay, let me save changes here. So it can be HTTP to HTTP only. So this is gonna be HTTP to HTTP. Okay, let me give it one more try. The last thing, what will I do? Pretty simple stuff. The command that I ran earlier, this one, kget svc, k delete svc, ingress service. It will take some time, especially services take some time to be deleted, and after that I will be restarting the ingress again. Ultimately there's gonna be no service now. How long has it been, by the way? It's been pretty crazy. I mean, never expected to be live for this long, but yeah, here I am still live 4 hours 22 minutes. ये है 2 दिन का नशा. I haven't been able to be live for 2 days because of headache and fever, and now here I am. I want to be get sick again. I mean, I want to be sick again, and that is why I'm live for this much late night. Okay, never mind. So what do I have to do now? Docker, not Docker, yeah. Kget pods. So this thing is this thing I have, and k apply f, and that was reverse proxy slash forgetting. Thank God I named it. I named everything only one, like manifest everywhere. So it sort of makes the job easy. Doc kget pods. So this time I have this ingress. This is already running. Kget services. I have this new one created. Hopefully this will be just doing my job. Ila, sorry. Control Shift C, Control B, and Control Shift C, and array bhai. I just want to copy it. Huh? Literally, you won't let me copy this. Why is the terminal getting open for some reason? Okay, let me just simply paste it here. Okay, not secure, that's fine, but is this allowed or not? Am I gonna be getting result here? I have 2 load balancers if I'm not wrong. Going back to this, ended with 79855. This is the old one. So I should definitely have 2 load balancers. Don't I have them? So the current load balancer that I have, that is ending with what? That's the same one. That's the problem. I should have deleted that. Nope, that is not the one. The current one is ending with 8 A0 whatever these numbers. Okay, that's interesting. So if I actually go here, am I facing the network issue? Not really. So why am I not getting the right result here? I have only one load balancer. What kind of load balancer is this? This is the one ending with the same ones. That simply means this is the new load balancer. Interesting. As this is the new load balancer, so if I just simply enter it here, finally getting the result here. That's been pretty crazy. Slash users, and again post request. So let me try to post some data here first of all from this. Method post, gonna be sending the data. Database is working fine, amazing job. That simply means if I try to get the data, we have configured the database the right way. Nothing could be better than this. And apart from this particular thing, now using this in the hostinger, I don't really have it here. Hostinger.com. Okay, that's it. My account, my eyes. Never mind, it's fine. Coding.code and DNS. I have to just simply replace the previous URL with the new one. So just simply replace this. No, that's wrong, sorry. I have to copy this one DNS name, and I have to go to this. I have to replace it with this one, update. This one has been updated. Same here, update. This one has also been updated. That's done. Alrighty, these things are done. I'm already sort of getting the result over here as well, and DNS should start working soon. Once DNS starts working soon, so the shop should be done. Overall, I'm quite close, or I feel like being close. Let's see what is the reality. Coming back to this one, this is the load balancer. Click on network mapping and edit subnets. Oh, not subnets actually, yeah. Click on listeners, click on manage listeners, and this TCP 80 TCP, this one I had last time. It was okay. I forgot to keep this. Wow. Lovely, mister. This thing I missed. Sorry. Such a crazy thing, a crazy person I am. I didn't even remember missing this thing. I just missed it for some reason. HTTP, it should be 31003. Why? Because when it comes to the load balancer, one thing I definitely missed here, that when it comes to the load balancer, so load balancer actually what it does, that this is the reverse proxy, that's okay. Inside this reverse proxy code is actually running on port 80, but this is not export to the node. So what this load balancer do? Load balancer first of all make sure that it is exported on suppose port 3007 or something, and then it is actually exposed on this, and then load balancer will send a request to this particular port, and then the job will be done. How can I forget this thing? But okay, thankfully I remember this. So ultimately the request will go to this one first of all, and then it will be forwarded to port 80. The request doesn't directly go to port 80. Wow, that's strange. Again, this is the job of load balancer. It's not like you have to do something or the other on your own. Load balancer will take care of everything, but this is actually what happens, and because of this thing I've been facing the issues. Interesting, bro. Save it. Certificate, let me just simply add the certificate over here. Save it. Hopefully this time let's try to go to the front end. HTTP s kth frontend dot coding the code dot site. Again it will take some time, that is obvious, if it is even if it is taking kth https kth frontend coding the code dot site. Overall things are fine. If it is taking time, that's the problem from the hostinger side. It will be just resolving it soon, and once it is resolved, then the things are gonna be okay, fine. Now the question is, how long will it be taking? Front end coding the code. It's working at some places, it's not working at some places. What does that mean? Okay, how about this HTTP only? Same with this kts frontend coding the code dot site. It is differently from the CNAME. Insane. Alrighty, it's gonna be taking some time to be just to be usable. Mainly hostinger is taking time on its own side, so that's okay. That's not really a big problem. I'm not sure how long it's gonna be taking, but it should be up and running soon. So this is the thing. This is the first thing. Then similarly we have the backend one. One more thing that I forgot to do. Sorry. the thing that I forgot to do right now, that is going to the security group, clicking on the inbound rules. So far I'm just simply allowing HTTP. I should be allowing HTTPS as well, and it could be because of this thing I'm not getting the desired result. This is done. Let's try it one more time. Backend code in the code dot site. Still not getting this. HTTPS, it is backend code in the code dot site. That simply means the problem is from the hostinger side, front end. Otherwise I should be getting some result, right? Yeah, because by default, if I just add this normal DNS without anything, I'm getting the result. That simply means if I'm getting the result using this DNS, if I say users, I'm gonna be getting even this particular result. So if I'm getting this particular result, so I should definitely be getting the result of the backend and front end, even if there were some errors and all. And if I'm not getting, that simply means what? The domain names haven't been resolved yet. As simple as that. And I don't think it's gonna be done quite quick. I think I should be just simply catching up with this particular stuff tomorrow, and we'll be explaining the more things in detail if possible. And that is it. Overall, this much. This was the only thing that I was supposed to be doing. And there's one more thing, like exposing everything on the local device, because right now I have exposed everything on the internet using the Kubernetes machine and all. The second thing can be that all the things can be exposed directly on the local machine. Well, that's not the best way, but yeah, if you don't have a subscription and all, so you can definitely go with that too. So this was the only thing that I wanted to discuss, and that is definitely something gonna be happening tomorrow only, not today. It's already tomorrow, 124. But even before going, I just wanted to check this once, but I don't think it will be quite quick. The last time I struggled with this problem, it took around 1 hour. You may get the idea, to just simply get the things back on track. And I know this is the same problem. Probably. Maybe. I mean, there should definitely be backend. At least they should be giving me some result, right? Not only this result, okay, forget about that. Docker process status, not k get pods, k logs, follow mode. Okay, if I'm sending the request directly over here, I reload the page, I'm getting these wow. Why am I getting these many requests? There's something wrong with my hasn't it been too much? Have I been getting the same 66? Not the same ones, but a lot of them. But okay, never mind. So what I mean, if I'm getting the request, if I'm getting the request using direct main DNS, so I should be getting the request. I got it from where? I got it from somewhere. Reload the page. Now if I come back here, reload the page. Oh, finally I knew that the problem is from the what? From the hostinger side itself. And then these are the things that we got. Okay, we are getting the request here. Let's see. Don't know whether it's gonna work or not. Vipendra. It did not work. Hi. It did not work either. Never mind. That's okay. Why did not work? That's something we have to take care of. WebSocket. Since when have I started using WebSocket here? Okay. Let's see the figure out the bug here. Docker pods, k pods, get pods, namespace is gonna be frontend team. That's wrong, frontend team. K logs. I wanna get the logs of this. What are the logs here? I need to specify the name. Frontend team. Allowed origins module next config. To allow this in development, add allowed origins in the next config. Just restart the dev server. Lag gayi meri. Oh yeah, if I want to allow this K-test frontend server code in the coder side, I'll have to allow it in the. It is mainly for the development mode. That simply means, you know what? That simply means Control C and go to the front end and next config.js. I have to add it here. Cut allowed origins. Yeah, I'm definitely supposed to be adding this here. K-test frontend code in the code site. Once this is added, it should be resolved. But that's again another thing. I have to go to cd frontend now, and docker build tag is gonna be unstoppable the coder / k-test frontend. This is gonna be version 1 or version 2. Let's name it version 2. So unstoppable the coder k-test version 2, everything in the current directory. This is gonna be built again. And I will have to stop the front end, restart the front end, obviously. K push, sorry, docker push unstoppable k-test front end 2. It's gonna be pushed. This is gonna be the second version where I made some changes in the image. That simply means I will have to use the second version now. Oh, kamal hai. What is the next thing? The next thing is that the front end manifest that I had. Here I will have to use the second version. Again I will have to apply it. So k cd oops k apply front end manifest. What is the problem? File name. Arey bhai. What is the next thing? Let it be applied for now. Once it is applied, few things are configured and all. Once it's done, okay, I will have to stop everything related to the front end. That simply means delete deployment apps dot / front end. Will it work? It will not work directly. And front end team, and by the way this spelling is wrong. Deployment done. What is the next thing? Okay, I didn't need to delete it, bro. I just needed to scale it down. Come on. But okay, once deleted it, so deleted. So okay, apply F and front end manifest. Okay, get pods / front end team. So my front end is running right now, and as the front end is running, if I make a request to this one, I'm getting name high here for some reason. Why? Should not usually be getting it. If I say hi, it's getting sent there. WebSocket is pending. Now what is the problem? I think wow, if there is a form that should have action. No, not necessary. It was working in the development mode, so it should be working here as well. There's something definitely missing. So let's see what is the next thing. What am I supposed to do? K logs of this thing in the this mode. Again, this will not work. So n is gonna be front end theme now. And here we are. So what is the problem? It is unable to make the proper connection. 404, it is just simply saying that whatever things it got from the front end side, it is just simply, so it got name as high 200, application this, it was success. So if I just simply reload the page, even it is not able to get the values from the database directly. Interesting. The front end is not able to make a request, and that is connecting to this KTage WebSocket KTage. Why is it trying to connect the WebSocket? There's only one thing, that if it is unable to connect to the it is not able to connect. That simply means inside the components, the database that I'm actually using, HTTPS KTage frontend. So what is the database it is showing? WSS KTage frontend. Coding the code.site. La, such a crazy person I am. Am I supposed to be using frontend here? It's midnight and I have lost my mind. Okay, it is backend coding the code.site. Yeah, रात का नशा. What is the next thing? What can I mean, what could be worse than this? You're trying to send a request from the front end to the front end side, asking for the data. Front end is gonna give you what else? Nothing, bro. Let's simply change this. So front end I have changed, made some changes again. So Docker build tag is gonna be unstoppable the coder slash what slash KTage front end version number 3 in the current directory. So Docker build unstoppable the coder KTage front end version number 3. This is where AI helps a lot. Like, you don't really need to worry about anything. AI will take care of these commands for you. Really good stuff, right? Okay, this much is done. The next thing is that I'm gonna be using version 3 here. Hopefully this time it's gonna be resolved. So front end, this version 3 is gonna be used here. So what is the next thing? CU and K apply front end manifest. So is this gonna be not enough? Yeah, the file name should be there. F. Done. What is the next thing? The next thing is that changing it back to 0 and then starting it. So what I mean here, that CD, first of all, go to the front end would be better. Once you are inside the front end, it doesn't matter where you are. So K scale deployment. I want to scale the deployment. Oh, deployment. And what is the name of the file? That is the front end, of course. Interesting. And what do you want to do? I want to scale. What is the name of the team? I can add it later. I want to I think directly it will not work. So scale deployment, the front end, and if I want to scale it, so replicas 0, will it work directly? Turns out nope, not found. N is gonna be front end team. It's been scaled to 0. Now let me scale back to 1 with the new configuration. Done. What is the next thing? Docker pods. What Docker? K get pods. K in the sense kubectl. K get pods. N front end team. And this is the pod that I have. It is error image pull. Ah. Literally image pull back up. Why? KTH frontend. What was the name of the image that I just posted? Docker images. What was the name of the image? This was the image that I just posted. Unstable PABLE the KTH. Bro, overall things are fine. What is the problem? Isn't it the same image that I'm trying to pull? Docker push. I haven't pushed it. Have I pushed it? Yet to be seen. hub.docker.com. No. KDH frontend. No. Yeah, version number 3 hasn't been pushed there. Come on, am I crazy? Oh yeah, any doubt in that? Docker push, unstoppable. KDH frontend, version number 3. Now it's gonna be pushed. I'll definitely get sick. Sure. If I keep repeating the same mistake, like being awake till late nights. But okay, before that I'll make sure that I don't repeat this mistake. Having said that, I still have some medicines in my pocket to just simply finish them. So this particular thing is done. And apart from this particular thing, now gonna be repeating the same thing, but the good thing is that I can just directly go to, I'm already inside frontend. Few more commands. K scale back to 0, so scale frontend back to 0, just but even before that I have scale, that's good. K apply f manifest.ml. first of all let's apply it, and then scale it back to 1, scale it back to, come on, back to 1. K scale deployment frontend team, yeah, just like this. And this time docker K get pods frontend team. I should not be getting that error. It is running, great job. As it is running right now, I can go to my, last time I got this error, this time I should be getting the result, shouldn't I? Now why am I getting this issue? Can't reach this. Everything is already right. Even it's HTTPS KTH frontend code in the code.site. Bro, you should be perfectly fine. How about this? Not able to reach this as well. Interesting. Copy it and paste it here. I'm able to hit this. If I go to /users, I'm able to get the users. Great. That simply means there are no errors on this side. Okay. So K get pods, K logs ingress. Let me copy this Alrighty, this much I've done, and it's time to check whether why am I not getting the result. Okay, did I get anything here? Nope. So there is the no result coming to Ingress itself. Interesting stuff. The question is why. So far the requests have been coming and hitting. Frontend 3 just changed what this time? I just changed the backend. Okay, so ultimately main backend URL actually got changed in the database. Was that enough or something was else? Okay, it is backend coding the code.site/users, and this should be fine. And from here I'm sending a request to there, should be getting the response as well. Okay, it is backend coding the code.site users.this. That is fine, yeah. And as that is fine, so if I make a request to this one as a get request, will I be getting the result? Wow, why am I not getting the result from this side? Definitely the problem from hostinger side, but why is the hostinger causing the issue right now in the middle of the night? Hostinger, forget about hostinger, check DNS. Here it is, backend code in the code side. Why am I thinking? Why do I think that this is definitely from the hostinger side, not from my side? Because I haven't changed anything as such. Is this gonna be loading something? Oh yeah, thank you. What next? New errors. What else? Connection failures frontend. What is that new error? Okay, get pods frontend team. Okay, logs. Okay, forget about the terminal being ready. Don't care. Sorry, click the by that mistake. Okay, got it. The name was this. It was this. Application JSON. And then few more came. Next webpack. These and the code was 404 for all of them. So the problem is not with my code, the problem is these other things. The question is, the request comes to this, and what kind of request should be coming? Post request should be coming. Am I actually sending a post request? Yeah, of course I was sending, that is why I was getting the result, don't you think so? Turns out to be like that only. I think the frontend backend is already hosted. I should be checking it from here only. So even if I'm checking it from here, it should not be causing the issue, right? Yeah, it will not be causing the issue, and I will be able to check exactly how the things are working directly from here. That would be even a better choice. So what I want to do, that cd frontend yeah, ls. Once this is been one dev, one run dev, huh? Two, one dev. Where is my front end? Have I deleted that by mistake? Literally, what was the command that I ran recently? Uh, I have, here it is. I thought I deleted my backend. Sorry, front end. Okay, let's never mind. So we have reached this much. The thing is that I wanted to check, instead of just changing things again and again, how about changing the things here only? So if I just simply write ls one dev, or to be precise, one run dev. I'm getting this error. Package.json. I do have that, don't I have? So ls, okay, I'm in the wrong file. cd frontend, even not frontend. cd now frontend, bun dev. Thankfully I have the URL, so I can just use it anywhere. And the URL is working on this one, on Postman for sure, so it should be working here as well. First thing is that a slow file system here. The benchmark, if media frontend is drive, consider moving it to the local folder. Huh? Slow file system. The benchmark to contain this. If media weaponry projects learning cottage frontend is the network drive, consider move to local. See more. Okay, forget about that. Now the next thing is that I'm gonna be opening it to this one. Hi. Great job. Getting the error is fine. At least I can resolve this easily. First of all, uncaught, add users this. HTTPS gateway backend coding the code.site, and this is the problem it is giving me. And this is the issue that I'm getting here. I handle rejection type error failed, get a user use effect. Okay, fine. Browser, why is it throwing me the error? Unhandled rejection type error. Type error. Fetched HTTPS. I can even send the request to the HTTP. So let me make a request to the HTTP. What else? Not this one, yeah. I can make a request to the HTTP. Yeah, I can. Started again. Great job. Reload the page. Okay. Must have got some errors, and the error is this. The skate is HTTP error name not resolved. Great job, bro. Why am I getting this error? I didn't even check my backend. Never mind. I haven't checked my backend yet whether I am actually getting the result from there on. Coding the code dot site slash users. Wow, impressive. Not really getting the result. I have been just checking my front end, but I've never checked my backend. Interesting. Level, next level. HTTP slash slash not localhost. HTTP slash slash and K8 is backend dot coding the code dot site. Okay, it is this. Okay, what is the next thing? Not getting any result from the backend, making it HTTPS. Not getting any result either. So where is the problem? The problem is in the, how about just the front end, HTTPS kth frontend dot coding the code dot site. I'm getting my front end. If I remove this s from here, I'm still getting my front end. If I make a request, of course I don't get the result, that's another case, but front end is visible. The question is, why not backend? And if I'm getting the front end's result, back end's result like this, I should be getting the result using the DNS as well. Is there any problem with the DNS, or that's the problem from the hostinger side? Most probably it's from the hostinger side. Usually hostinger works faster. I don't know why it's causing the issues nowadays, or it's me only messing up with the things. 1NB South 0009 things are the same. K is backend. This is the one that I have. The question is that if both of them are still the same, 05 did this, K is backend, what is the problem? What is the issue? K's backend is here, you just reload the page. Well, maybe the hostinger hasn't resolved this. This is pretty common and it should definitely be working. There's no way for it not to work, because if front end is working, this should also work. But as this is not working, so let me do one thing. Let me delete that. Then of course I'll have to wait for a while. If I just simply forget about this, I'm just simply gonna delete that. I have just my kth front end, and then cname. Of course I'm gonna be copying this. I'm gonna be pasting this here. This is gonna be k. It is backend. Add a record. So as this record got added, this is definitely gonna be taking some time. It is backend. Front end is still working, but it is this will take time. And I think this is where I should be just simply calling it. Otherwise, I'll just simply keep yawning in front of you guys. Nothing else. DNS checker. Just wanted to check this thing for the last time, but https / it is backend dot coding the code dot site. कहीं प्रकाश है, कहीं अंधेरा. Okay, so Kate is backend. How about the front end one? How's that going on right now? Front end. Even the same thing was from the front with the front end side. Like it's not like it is accessible everywhere. There are some places where it's still behaving crazy. But at least in India it is okay, somehow working great. Never mind, don't know why, but the front end is somehow accessible here. Yeah, it is. How about the back end? Back end is not. It is back end HTTPS. side. Kulja Sim. Okay, by the way, let's wait for the backend for some time, and then I'll be just simply calling it. If it gets better, that's great. If it doesn't get better, I'll continue from here tomorrow. Ta-ding. And the thing is that it will still consume my credits of Kubernetes for the rest of the night, even if I'm not using that. I can't even afford closing that, but closing that will not be that much problematic. That can easily be done. But even closing that will take some time. What's wrong with you? Okay, front end, KTH front end coding recorder site, WebSocket connection to this. आज के लिए इतना ही bro. That should be it. I don't think it's gonna be getting it done quite quick. Mainly from the hostinger side, I don't know. Earlier it was making the things quite fast. Nowadays, probably I am messing up the things or hostinger is messing up the things. I don't know. But let's see how it's gonna be going on. But once it starts working, it starts working. And until unless it starts working, we just keep doing that. So one of the domain is definitely working fine because I'm able to see my front end. I'm just not able to access my backend. One thing, if I'm not able to access my backend, that's fine. Can't I directly make a request? That a good thinking. How about doing it like this? Quite crazy, right? Yeah. Okay, this is done. Yeah. Even it's gonna be loading or what? This is crazy. I think it needs to compile. Yeah, next just compiles takes the time in compiling. This is done. Enter. What is the problem here? Fail to this. Localhost. Is it adding localhost on its own side by default? So how did this localhost got added? Localhost. Why are you getting added here? Fetch. How can I stop it from being added? From where? Not from here, of course. Localhost किधर से ऐड हो रहा है? Okay, let's do one thing. Let me add HTTP properly there, and so that localhost doesn't get added. I think that's happening because of that. So there is no HTTP. Oh yeah, did it. Hi. Able to add this. by able to add this. The only thing is that if that thing starts working, this Hostinger, you are making me crazy. यार काम कर जा, रुला रहा है मुझे. But ultimately we are able to do this much. That simply means now we have to replace this whole this part with the proper DNS name, and that's it, the job is done. But the thing is that yeah, this Hostinger is crazy. I mean, if I have done this much, then I'm sure that the problem is not from my side, because I'm using the same URL here entire. It's just that this is the bigger version, I just need the smaller version, and then it's working. We have deployed it, and we are able to add the names just like this. Of course we can't delete that, we haven't worked on that particular functionality, but even if we reload the page, it is just like that. What else could be better than this? And it is actually deployed on Kubernetes. There is one problem, and that is this Hostinger is not helping me. I think saying this, I'll start sleeping. Hostinger is not helping me and all. It will be renewed on this. I'll have to stop it before that. Can I make it more prioritized? There's no way to do that. Priority. How about priority wise, nothing is gonna be changing. If it works, it should also be working, but it is not able to reference to that. Okay, it is backend. हो जा भाई. What is the problem? Network users HTTP. Let me try to send the requests on HTTPS. I send the request to the HTTPS. Didn't I? I did. This was the request that went. The result of this remaining stuff is gonna be out tomorrow. This is not really possible for me right now. I know this is all the doing of Hostinger, if I'm not wrong. If I'm wrong, please forgive me. It could be my doing as well. But at least Hostinger should be giving me the result here, right? Doesn't matter, it should give me some errors and all, but at least it should be giving me some result. I'm referencing it to the right DNS, but it is not giving me that. So at least right now I'm gonna be considering that only. Later if I find that it was my issue, then I'll say sorry, what else. But usually it should be fine. Alright everybody, let's simply call it here. This particular thing will take taking time and all. Then let's simply get it done tomorrow. As for this one, I know it will keep just taking time and all. So yeah, why not simply get it done tomorrow in the early morning, or maybe before the noon and all. Until then, take care, bye bye, good night, see you, keep coding, and I hope you are doing great and you will keep doing great. Bye bye. I'm gonna be catching up soon.